Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Going next is pass to Red Phillips is good for the touchdown.
The 10 to 5. Touchdown, Tucker Frederickson. Sullivan to throw, straight back in the pocket. Throws it for Beasley. He's got it in the open. At the 20. Touchdown, Auburn. It is not. It is not. It's not.
59,000, 28-10 win over Wake Forest. A rainy night in the loveliest village can have its charm, Coach.
Well, it wasn't really that bad. It rained a little bit, I think, in the third and fourth quarter, but not enough to really affect the football game. The field was in good shape and really had a fast track. I think last night was certainly a good football game for us. We got a chance to play a lot of young people. I think we played 10 freshmen in the game and gave our older folks that hadn't played a lot the chance to get their feet wet. We played, I don't know how many people we played, really, offensively and defensively. Played a lot of them. I know we played more than 2 teams offensively and more than 2 teams defensively. And experimented with our offense a great deal. And I hope that we can look at the films, which I haven't had a chance to look at yet because the power went off in Auburn last night about 2 o'clock and they didn't get the films developed. But I'm sure there's going to be some good things, and I know that there's a great deal we can improve on. We didn't protect the passer very well. We didn't tackle very well at times. And our kicking game was not as sharp as it should be. So we got a lot to work on and a long way to go before we can be the kind of football team this team is capable of being.
Okay, but it was definitely a good start, and now let's go into the post-game dressing room and see what happened then.
War Eagle, fly down the field, never to conquer, never to yield. War Eagle, feeling the truth, fight on the orange and blue. Go, go, go!
I think we can take this and grow from it and go on. We look at the films and we're not close to where we can be. We got so much youth and so much talent that that we hadn't had in the past. But it's important for you. We can't level off and we can't get complacent. We got to try to get better every day in practice. Defensively, same thing. We got a lot more experience, a lot more people over there. Don't get satisfied.
Doug had a good first half. They came back second half. They started double team Doug. Then I got more free the second half.
No, we had a 4-man rotation tonight. We were going every 4 plays and worked out fine.
And everybody did what they were supposed to do, and the ball went down the field.
It was in the right coverage, in the right place, right time, good pressure on them.
Yeah, there was a bad breakdown on my part. I missed the coverage on that touchdown play that they had, and that hurt us bad. And other than that, I thought we played pretty good on the keeping them from getting the deep plays.
Another good quarterback next week to play again.
Yeah, I called him Cousin Carl. He's in a relative of mine, but he's going to have to bite the dust.
Were you nervous?
I don't practice myself to get nervous before a game. I just relax and let what happened happen.
Auburn now runs to the left or to the right, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah, it makes a whole lot of difference. It keeps the defense running.
A couple of times you really had them crossed up tonight. They didn't know where it was coming from. That's going to make you a better runner, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's what the wishbone is all about.
They kept us off the field the whole first half. We were only there about 26 snaps, and that's super. We can stay like that. We were fresh the second half, and
right before the half we came in, scored. That's what blew it open.
That was a big one, wasn't it?
It sure was.
Afternoon start at Jordan Hare, 59,000. That was gratifying to open with a good crowd like that, something.
Well, it was a good crowd, and it was really a good day for football. We like it hard because that's where we practice, and we start off and don't do a real good job on the kick return right here. We missed a block, and Clayton gets back on the 17-yard line.
First series for Auburn.
Well, we wanted to come out and let Randy throw the ball early and gain a little confidence, and he threw the ball well the first half. Our protection wasn't as good the first half as it was the second. It gets pressure right here, actually, and if he'd have had time to stand in there a little longer, maybe Mike Edwards could have come open. This is the first big play of the ball game, and Lionel breaks an inside belly for 67 yards, and you can see a lot of people hustling downfield to get in front of him as Chris Wood escorting him into the end zone. But I think Willie Howell and Jay Jacobs, and good block by Ed West to get him started right there. You can see Willie nearly slipped down, and he comes across as Tracy Turner downfield. Those people getting downfield in front of the ball carrier, you know, it just gives the ball carrier some of his own people to try to negotiate by the defensive people, and it was a big play and a big run for us, and I'm mighty happy for Lionel.
So that's the way to get things rolling, scoring on the first drive. This guy can really throw.
Well, that's a great lick right there by Chris Martin, and good pressure on the quarterback right there by Doug Smith, and I think Doug had some big plays last night, and another big play by Dow Altman, the big nose guard. We didn't tackle that number 20 very good last night. You're going to see him slip and slide and us reach and grab him. Here's Lionel on the counter option, getting outside for 6 or 8 yards. Here's another, the sweep. We didn't do anything real complicated last night. We ran a little unbalanced line, but outside of that, we were just more or less basic. Here's a sweep to
first time he's touched the ball.
Bo Jackson. Good block right there by David Jordan. Ron O'Neill downfield blocking in front of him, and he picked up about 12 yards.
Interesting.
Here's Randy, a great play right here in a long yardage situation for us. Pass on the crossing route to Ed West, and Ed turns it into about a 23 or 24-yard gain, I think. Didn't hold on to the football right there, and that's one of the only times last night we got careless with the ball, and it popped out of there. Fortunately, it went out of bounds. Here's another good short run by Bo. It's I think it was a blast to the belly, and he breaks a couple of tackles. Here's a good run by Randy. He steps inside of the free safety and gets it down to around the 10-yard line. This is our best drive of the night. He pitches to Bo here, and Bo breaks the tackle there and gets it down to the 6.
Second and goal coming now.
I think we get the handoff to O'Neill here, and
he gets it down close. First and goal now. O'Neill going in for the touchdown.
We didn't exactly knock him out of that like we could have right there, but Ron did get it in. They stopped us one time on short yardage when we handed it off to Ron, too. It wasn't good in the ball game.
14-0 now. Auburn has scored on its first 2 possessions.
Here's a short kickoff, and the coverage wasn't as good as it should have been. Good pressure on the quarterback right there, and that guy knows something about throwing it, and they know something about picking your defense, too. Tackled by Dennis Collier.
He's great at taking what you give him, isn't he?
Well, he's a methodical passer, and they got a great scheme with it, and of course they completed the ball pass to it. Here's a couple of missed tackles right there. There's Doug Smith missing first, and Mark Norman. Those good people too. There's Dow Altman and Jeff Jackson, and I'm not sure who finally made the tackle on him. Guess it's Bob Harris.
Bob Harris, right. Clemens, one of the...
Here's a good play right here by Mark Norman. Good pressure on the quarterback. We had the safety blitz coming and forced him to throw the ball low and kept him from getting a touchdown here.
Another big play coming.
Here's another good pressure. Dow Altman flushes him out, and big Doug Smith corrals him for loss back to around the 11 or 12-yard line, I think, and he comes in Denfield and kicks field goal here, and we up top.
14-3, first quarter. Now in the second quarter of play, the quarterback...
Here's Clayton Buford at quarterback, and if Clayton doesn't quit carrying the ball in one hand like that, he's going to be over on the sideline with me. We're just not going to put a quarterback out there that won't take care of the football, and he's got to learn it, or he's not going to play. It's just that simple.
Well thrown ball there, but Beasley couldn't hang on.
Oh, Lewis Colbert did an excellent job punting the football last night. He hit one bad kick, and I knew it just as soon as he hit it, he took his eye off. He had a little pressure, took his eye off the ball, and just shanked it. But other than that, I thought he did a good job of punting.
They were successful
as a tight end, you know, he caught 10 passes last night, and most of it was that short 6-7 yard stuff, and it's just like somebody.
Just like a run, isn't it?
Well, it is, and you can see right there, we're just not getting down the middle of that guy like he got to, and unfortunately, we had a lot of people trying to get there, and we finally got him down. Big play right here by Vernon Blackard.
Third
short. Vernon penetrates and stops him for no gain and forces him into a punting situation. There's good pressure right there. I'm not, who was that? Was that Doug Smith?
I believe it was. Yes, it was his side.
There's Doug coming again and catches him for about a couple-yard loss on the draw. It's Clayton back at quarterback, Clayton Buford.
Let's see, another freshman with the ball here, Tim Jesse.
Tim is going to be a fine running back. He had, I think, 43 yards last night and 6 carries.
This is a 3rd and 6 play now.
Pitches it to Bo Jackson, and Bo picks up the first down.
But the drive bogs down, and coming the other way now with Wake Forest, we're late in the second quarter.
They have the ball with about 2 minutes to go in the half right here and try to get a drive started, and Johnny Cheek comes up with a big interception right here. A good run back.
Now with only a minute and 20 left in the game, in the half, and it's very important that Auburn gets in here for this touchdown.
Well, we practice this every day, and great catch, great throw and catch right there by Ed West and Randy Campbell throwing the football. And here we throw the screen to Bo Jackson, and we don't have real good blocking out there. We've got too many people standing around not going and getting somebody. But he gets it back down into a pretty good position. We throw the corner right here. They get called for interference and knock Mike Edwards down. And Bo Jackson scores on the sweep the next play.
This was a great individual effort here, breaking that one and getting in the end zone. That's a big touchdown. That came with only a couple of 15 seconds left in the half, and if you recall, Pat, they did the same thing last year, and
well,
the momentum was a great factor.
Right before the half is really critical time during the ball game, because you can go in with momentum or you can go in with the other team having momentum, and fortunately we were on defense. We intercepted the pass and made something happen. The offense took advantage of it, and that's exactly like you coach every day.
We'll be back in just a minute. Received some international publicity a few weeks ago when 2 Auburn graduates piloted the latest space shuttle launch.
We have solid motor ignition and liftoff.
Auburn University is proud of Hank Hartsfield and T.K. Mattingly, 2 Auburn alumni who piloted the Space Shuttle Columbia flawlessly through her 4th mission.
Outstanding.
There was a informality at the school that I enjoyed. The people were nice. The faculty was good. The students were down to earth, at least the ones I associated with. Loved to have fun and also worked hard. I had a good time when I was at school.
I know it was particularly good for me. I needed that kind of a setting to finish trying to make the transition from being a professional student to a wage earner. And I suspect it'd probably be good for other folks. I would like to see my kids go there.
In the land-grant tradition of research, instruction, and public service, Auburn University is reaching into the future.
It was a good crowd in view of the fact that the students were not yet on campus. School has not yet begun, and the Auburn band was not there. They'll be back next week, I understand.
Well, I hope that, that what people told last night will bring them back next week and add some to it. And ticket sales have been good this year. Of course, we got 73,000 seats there, and we need to fill them up, and I think it was around 60 there last night, so we still got some seats available.
Your substitution plan on defense really worked out well because you had fresh people in the 4th quarter.
Well, we didn't stay on the field much the first half. I think they had the ball 26 snaps. Our offense had the ball 48 snaps the first half, which is, really ball control.
And that's what you wanted so badly.
Right, and of course we rotated our people defensively, particularly up front with the defensive ends and defensive line, because rushing the passer is the most tiring thing that you do in football.
And you stopped them cold.
Right, this is the first time they come out the second half, and we do exactly what we want to do, and we didn't take advantage of it offensively. They come out, and we stop them. There's a tackle right there by Greg Carr and Jeff Jackson. Good big play right here by Scott Riley. Scott was one of our captains, walked on in his 5th year. Great kid, great leader for us. Gets every ounce out of his ability.
Auburn's first possession.
Randy didn't have his time in last night throwing the football. He's actually thrown the football a lot better than this. There's full protection again, and that's the worst pass he threw all night long because he had a chance to get intercepted. But our protection was not as good as it should have been, and Randy kind of hurt his throw a little bit last night. As some of that poor tackling I'm talking about, we're a better defensive football team than that, and I hope we're going to take pride in getting better tackling. We're getting some folks around the football, but we're just not, we're not hitting them dead son of tackling.
Rush helped right there.
Well, we got better pressure. We got better pressure. As you can see, the game goes on. We got more and more pressure to the quarterback, and it threw his timing off a little bit. Here's one that didn't throw off, though. It was a touchdown pass, and we had a miscommunication in the secondary, and just let one go free down there. And with that kind of quarterback, he's going to find him, and provided he's got time, and that's exactly what happened, and they scored a touchdown.
21-10 now, different game.
We actually get a holding penalty back there, Phil, and put us back in the hole, but we come out of it in good shape, pitch the ball twice, once to Lionel, once to Bowen, and they pick up the first down. We out at the 40-yard line and got a good drive going here. Come back and throw the ball a couple of times. Randy hits Mike Edwards and comes back and hits Ed West. And we, this is an excellent drive for us, and showed a lot of poise, and we get out now and have something unfortunate happen. Really, it was alertness on the part of Randy Campbell, but it also cost probably a touchdown. Has a good block out there by Lionel James, and Bo takes a pitch, and I guess picks up 16, 17 yards on it. 18 yards. Here's the play I was talking about. We actually had the belly called, and I think Wake Forest got a guy hurt, and that cornerback, and they didn't line up with anybody out there on the wide out, and Randy saw it, and he just took the snap from center and threw it to Mike, and he walked in for the touchdown. But unfortunately, we had some linemen downfield, and they made the right call, and we ended up getting penalized 5 yards, losing the down, and not making the first down, and end up missing the field goal.
In a sense, though, it was a confidence builder to come back and move the football when you needed to at that point.
Well, you can see our defense, I think, actually getting a little stronger here as the game goes on, getting pressure to them. There's good pressure right there by John Daly and the defensive front. That punter of theirs was absolutely sensational last night. You can see he kicked that ball a long way. It was a great play by Lionel James. I think Lionel probably lost where he was on the field, and Knight couldn't let pick it up, but he did pick it up and ended up getting a great return out of it, and very nearly went all the way. I think Lionel had 50 yards on 3 returns last night. See Clayton carrying that ball, and we're just absolutely not going to put up with that.
Here's the play now. Watch this one.
Randy Campbell is exceptional right there. He stepped inside of one and pushed it back, and you can see that the speed there on the part of both. He just outrun the pursuit right here. They got him bunched up in an average speed that made the tackle right there. But the acceleration and just pure speed,
and
he was able to outrun
sense, Coach, when he sees it and he takes it immediately. That's something you can't.
Well, we've you're always concerned, and we knew that he had a lot of talent, but we weren't sure that he could make the kind of cuts and kind of moves he can make, and run as fast as he could run doing those things. And he's proven in practice, and of course in the game. Here's a great play right here by Bob Harris. That ball gets on the ground, and we should have come up with it. Of course, quarterback does a great job and gets it back for him.
3rd and 11 coming on this play.
You can see we're coming on with pressure and pressure and pressure, and here's Donnie Humphrey making a big play. Had several of them last night, and he's going to have a lot of them as the year goes along.
They didn't double team him as much as second.
He's that kind of player.
He'll have double teams a lot, though, won't he?
There's Quincy Williams getting pressure, and he ends up with Quincy and Dal Altman and Donnie back there again. If you keep the pressure on them, then it'll force them to make mistakes. And there's that punter again. This one goes. You'd think it would roll into the end zone. It hit on the 2-yard line and backed up just like you'd hit a sandwich into a...
just like you would, Coach.
No, I can't back it up. Mine would go the other way. But there's a great run right here by Tim Jesse. About 15 yards coming off the goal line. Really important play for us. Again, here's Clayton Buford, and Clayton goes 71 yards here, and unfortunately we have a clip on it. I haven't seen the film, and I haven't seen the clip, but I'm sure if they called it, it was there. And One thing that I did see last night, we had more people downfield hustling and trying to get in front of the football and blocking. And sometimes when you have them doing that, you're going to get an occasional clip if they all out effort. And of course, you try to teach them not to hit a guy if he's got his back turned to you. But it was a big play and a big run, but we didn't need it to win, so
it was okay.
All's forgiven. I get a penalty, and he'll have to run 15 stadium.
Oh, we'll be back in just a moment. Pat, last night was a great example of what the offense can do for the defense.
Well, it is, and Bill, you know, our offense has taken a lot of abuse.
That's right.
And
they were talking about a lot.
From me, the public, the press, and everybody else, and I was mighty happy for them. Of course, and the people that played, Ed West at tight end, and Pat Arrington and Jay Jacobs, a walk-on, is not even on scholarship, started at left tackle. Tracy Turner, sophomore, started right guard, and of course David Jordan. Jerry Randall, that I think played less than 20 plays last year, started at center for us. And of course Mike Edwards and Chris Woods and Lionel James and Willie Howell and Ron O'Neill and Randy at quarterback. And then we ended up playing Jeff Parks, a freshman, a lot at tight end. Rob Schuler, Steve Wallace, Jeff Lott, Randy Stokes, John Margadona. Bishop Reeves played some at center.
Glad to hear that.
Greg Pratt, Tim James, Collis Campbell at fullback, Tim Jesse, and Mike Cowett at the running back. Of course, Clayton Buford at quarterback, Tommy Carroll and Victor Beasley. All of them have worked hard. We still are not settled by any even close to being settled. We played 10 freshmen last night. We had some more that were ready to play, and just trying to wait to make the right decision for them and the right decision for our football team. Probably going to be 2 or 3 games into the season before we're going to decide exactly who we're going to try to play, and we'll just go from there. We got a big one coming up this week, Phil.
I'm telling you, Reggie Collier is a great quarterback, and it'll be a test. And we'll see you next week after the Southern Miss game.
In Auburn last night, the Tigers used the airways to take a big lead over Southern Mississippi. Quarterback Randy Campbell connects here with Mike Edwards, who makes a great catch. It's good for a 47-yard touchdown early in the second, 7-0 Auburn. It was 7-3 at half, and early in the third, Campbell connects with a wide-open Edwards. This time it goes for 51 yards and another score, 14-3 Tigers. When Bo Jackson takes it in here from the 5, it looked as though an Auburn route was on at 21-3, still in the third. But Southern Miss fought back after a field goal and 2 touchdowns cut it to 21-19. Quarterback Reggie Collier was driving the Eagles late. He hits Clement Terrell at the 27 with just 13 seconds remaining, but with no timeouts, Southern was unable to get off another play. 21-19, Tigers win it. They look to Tennessee next week on the Plains. More on the Auburn-Southern Miss game on the Auburn Football Review right after the news.
I think it's good for you to have to fight your guts out like that. Every inch, every down, and come out a winner.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Lloyd Nix is past to Red Phillips. Is good for the touchdown. To 10 to 5. Touchdown, Tucker Frederickson. Solomon to throw, straight back in the pocket. Throws it for Beasley. He's got it in the open. At the 20. Touchdown, Auburn. It is blocked. It is blocked. It's Auburn. He's going to score.
Because you should have been at Jordan Hare last night if you weren't. 21-19 and a finish, Coach.
I feel the game was about like I expected. I didn't expect it to come down to the end like it did. We had prepared for that kind of fight, but actually, we had the game under control in the third quarter and let it get back away from us. And at the end, we were just hanging on. I think the football game will be good for us. We're a young football team, and you need to play one that's right down to the wire like that, and it's good to come out a winner when you do. We've been in that other dressing room several times last year when it was like that. And
Mississippi State, Tennessee, a couple of examples.
Well, we made some mistakes in the ball game last night that didn't help our football team any. We made 2 or 3 calls, I did, on the sideline that handicapped us a little bit. If we had to go all over again, right before the half, I'd call timeout and get them settled down. And
you were trying to call timeout,
right? But we should have called out the timeout immediately once we made the decision that we were going to go for the touchdown rather than the field goal. We should have called timeout, and then later in the fourth quarter, we had a situation 1st and 10 at their 35, and we threw a pass and then ran a reverse and ended up losing 5 yards and took us out of field goal range. We should have just knocked the ball on in there and got a field goal and at least might have had a chance to score. But I thought those were poor calls on my part and handicapped our football team. Our defense hung in there and fought them all night long, and they scored more points than I would have liked for them to have scored, but I thought they did a good job of containing Collier under the conditions.
All right, let's go in the winning dressing room for really an emotional post-game. Ben, y'all have lost Donnie. Y'all going to have to pull it together now.
Yes, it's a great loss to us, but, we got a second platoon defense just about as great as the first. We'll come along next week. It's going to be a lot of hard work for us, but, we'll get it done.
Is he about as good as you think you'll play against?
I think he's going to be the best we play against.
How about it, Quincy?
He got unbelievable quickness.
The worm finally turned, huh?
Oh, yeah, happy. Right down the seam, right between the free safety and the corner. It was a good throw by Randy. Great protection by the offensive line.
It's great, I tell you.
How's this young offensive line coming, David?
We're coming along real well. We've got a lot of want to in the line. There's a lot of guys that want to play, and you have to have that, and we've got it. So we're doing all right. We're learning, and we'll be better.
Well, you had a couple of licks tonight. You okay?
I'm going to be a little sore in the morning, I think, but I think that'll pass. A win makes some things go away pretty easy.
I thought they were just going to kick a field goal right there and they come out, so we still got a chance. Somebody can make a big play. We got to make something happen.
They did a great job of when we were in defense to stop the sprint out pass. You run the option, get in the defense to stop the option, you drop back and throw it, and he could just do it all, and that's hard to defend. It really is.
What did you think when you were standing over there on crutches and the guys were just trying to get to him one time? They needed to get to him just one time in that last minute.
It was a messed up feeling because, I wanted to be out there real bad.
And everybody asked me how's it going to come out, and I told them there's going to be a fight to the end. And
they're a good team right there.
Very good. Very good.
A hot, humid night, Jordan Hare Stadium, we mentioned, you saw, but Donnie Humphreys lost for the season, didn't he?
Right. We'll get a hardship on Donnie, and he'll come back next year. I think he's getting operated on today. His first drive of the game, he throws a little stop pass to Chris Woods for first down. This is just a regular handoff right there, and the ball pops out, and Southern Mississippi recovers it. That's our first turnover of the year. And they come right back, and Bob Harris makes a great hit on that tight end right there, and he fumbles the ball, and I guess his running baloo, Scott Riley, come up with it.
Let's go right back to Ron on that play. He gained some yards.
Well, Ron hadn't had much running room inside. They just haven't given us our fullback. That's a nice pass to Ed West, and right here's the first touchdown of the game. Great effort by Mike Edwards to go up and catch the ball and take it into the end zone. Good throw by Randy. Good protection. We felt like we could throw on Southern Mississippi. We felt like we were going into the game, we'd have to throw for 150 yards in order to win it.
And you threw for 166, I believe.
I think that's right. Feel for the most night, our defense played excellent football. I think they had 100 yards at the half, and of course you can see Chris Martin right there just really get down the center of Sam DeJarnette. And Sam played extremely well last night. Of course, there's Doug Smith and Quincy Williams and the entire defense surrounding Collier down on the goal line. We coming back here on a drive right before the half. Randy's throwing to Chris Woods on the sideline, picked up about 16, 17 yards. We should get the touchdown here. Here's a nice run by Bo Jackson, good block right there by Ron O'Neal. Trying to get Ron to be a complete football player, and he's working at it.
This is a third down play right here after the replay. A lot of big third down plays.
Big. We came up with most of them last night on offense. Great play right here by Randy and Lionel James picking up the first down on 3rd and 6 or 7, I think.
This is 3rd and 1.
This gets us the first down at the 5, and, you know, we're supposed to get it in from here.
Down to the 2.
Puts it on the 2. Well, I thought that Lionel scored here, and, of course, when it's this close, it can go either way. We got Mike Edwards' men kind of got away from him, and he fell across the goal line, but, you know, they can mark it well, and he goes down ahead of us wherever they want to when it's that close. Right here is a situation where this is my fault. We should have called timeout and been a little more organized and run a little better play in that situation on the goal line.
So Southern Miss kicks field goal, and it is a 7-3 game at halftime. The fireworks come in the second half. We will go out now with a little bit of the Auburn band, and then we'll talk some in a minute. University feature, photovoltaics is a relatively new way of generating electricity using the sun, and they're using this process at Auburn University. Most exciting halves of football ever seen at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The Amazons, the 72 team, were your guests of honor at the halftime.
Well, that team, our team last night, kind of was typical of that 72 team.
They had about 8 of those, you're right.
But we got a chance to visit with all of them. It was good to get them back on campus and honor them, and they were a special group of people, and I think Coach Jordan's one of his all-time favorite teams. Yes. I was coaching on the other side when we played them in Birmingham, and they just wouldn't give up, wouldn't quit, and I hope that that's going to be one of the traits that this football team we've got this year has, and I think it was true last night. You're going to see the second half that, you know, we come out and get the ball game under control, and a lot of emotion and a lot of excitement. And Sam breaks the second half kickoff as his old roommate Jeff Jackson missing him right there. Jeff, you ought to do a little better job of tackling Sam in that. But he gets out, do a great job of stopping him here. I tell you, he is.
When you do that to that guy,
he is unbelievable. He lost 6 yards there. Come back, and Ben Thomas making a nice play on the trap option.
Pressure.
Here we go. Pressure from Dow Altman. Ben's coming. Great lick and hit, and actually caught the ball out of bounds by David King.
So Auburn going the other way.
We're coming back, and that's Bo Jackson running his toss sweep, picks up 5 yards. Gets up, Randy sneaks for a first down.
Down at the 39 now.
This is a great play right here by Lionel James to pick up, I guess, 12, 14 yards on that play, and gave us a first down out about midfield. And the next one is an all-timer. Goes to Mike Edwards, 51-yard touchdown.
Mike had him tonight, 2 touchdown receptions. Look how pretty this spiral is, Coach.
Well, Randy's throwing the ball good, and he threw it better last night than he did in the first ball game. And Mike, you try to hold that ball up now. Watch him out here. He juggles that ball. Let's get it in the end zone before you start putting it in one hand or trying to throw it back to the official. Because it's 14-3 now, and we've got momentum in the game, and we're coming on, and great play right there by Doug Smith. Just got up and batted the ball back in Collier's face. That was actually a checkoff, and he was going to a little quick stop route.
3rd and 6.
Nice play right here. I don't know how people graded. I just saw that Greg Carr's making that tackle at Doug Smith, Gerald Williams. Look at the defensive people around the football. Man, that's pretty. You know, Our kids played hard last night.
Sure did.
We gave, like I said, this is a super run right here. And both kind of turned on that afterburn when we got the pitch, and I think made about a 25-yard run. We take this one down. Clayton makes a nice run right here, and again last night Clayton and Randy complimented each other.
Sure did.
It was a great pitch by Clayton. Watch him turn upfield and draw the defense, pitch it to Bo.
Look at him turn that guy around.
Well, he's big and strong, and it was just a naked reverse. We called this from the sideline. Coach Jack Crow called that, and Clayton made a nice run of it. And
he wanted in the end zone, too. Chris was blocking on the only guy out there and held him up.
Well, he got it down to the 5-yard line, and Clayton, you haven't got it quite wrapped up enough to suit me yet. That's better, but not quite good enough. There's a super run right there, just speed and ability. Gets him around the corner, some blocking.
Watch, so the line will get the block here.
Well, he's going to get his man.
Great run there. Not many people make that.
I thought Bo actually played better last night, ran better last night than he did in the first ball game because his yardage was a little tougher, I thought. That was a nice play by Ben Thomas, and actually pulled Collier's headgear off, and that was a face mask penalty. Look at that guy's quickness. He's something.
Amazing. Just amazing.
To be 6'4" and weigh 210 or 15 pounds, he's just a phenomenal athlete. Good run right here by Sam DeJarnette, and I mentioned earlier, Sam played good last night. Finally tackled by Johnny Cheeks.
3rd and 6.
Good lick right here. Ben and Bob Harris.
This was the 12th straight field goal for Clark, their kicker. And so they get something on the board, 21-6 third quarter.
Well, you know, we had still contained them pretty good to this point. Nice return on the kickoff right here by Bo Jackson again. Good blocking. I thought he was going to break out of there with it. Clayton comes out on the option right here. We actually put our freshman in the game here, and freshman offensive line, and we kind of lost the momentum. That's Tim Jessup, freshman from down at Opp, Alabama.
I'm sure running the quickness.
Tim's going to be a fine football player. The kicking game last night wasn't as good as a missed tackle out there, and wasn't as good as we'd like for it to be. We've got an awful lot of work to do on it. We can't continue to have the breakdowns in the kicking game that we're having now, and just got to spend more time on it in practice.
You can see some great individual effort here by probably the best quarterback in the country, Coach.
Well, you know, I'd say he's the best athlete in the country. He's just
look at that.
There's a great lick right there by Mark Bowman. Hitting Sam. Sam picked up the first down for him. Getting down close now.
There's a 4th and 2 play coming right here that they make it on. And then they get down. That one must have been it.
We had a missed assignment on the option right there. We had the blitz coming, and I think he automatic to the weak side option, and the end's supposed to take a pitch man, and we got hung up on Collier. We were so concerned with him, and that's the result of a missed assignment.
They're going for 2 here.
Going for 2, and David King makes a great play on it, and makes the score 21-12.
4th quarter.
I feel right here, we don't do a good job of getting the ball off the goal line, but we make a nice drive here and take it down to their 35-yard line.
That's right.
Here's a great play by Randy Campbell.
Look at that
ball.
block.
Good block right there. Was that
Ed West?
Ed West?
Right. Took 2 out.
But Randy makes a 25-yard run. It's good running by Ron O'Neill.
4th and 1 play right here.
And you know, that was of course a critical call, and the way Southern Mississippi was moving football at the time, and I just felt like it. You know, our best chance to win was make a first down and keep the football away from them.
Ran a lot of time off the clock with this drive.
Well, this is a critical mistake right here. We get situation and end up losing 5 yards, getting knocked out of bounds, stops the clock, and we got to punt the ball to them.
3rd and 15 coming right here, trying to keep the drive alive, but the rush gets.
We get too much penetration, don't do a good job protecting the pass, and I think that was the worst pass Randy threw all night long.
This is a 4th and 3 play right here.
They come out on the bootleg and hit the tight end on just a deep seam. misdirection, tied up our strong safety, and
That guy threw that ball.
well, he just, you know, we're trying to play defense to not give up anything big, and
Run the
they're
clock.
throwing the ball underneath us, and we didn't give up a long pass. I think 23 yards is the longest pass they had, which is
Stop saying there.
right. But and the longest run they had was 15 yards. And we're still playing a defense to try to keep Collier from getting outside and beating us, and we're giving up a little inside, but you know, you got to be one or the other. You can't be in between, because if you are, then sometimes it puts you in a situation where you
2-point
won't be good
game.
at either one.
5 minutes to go now. They try the onside.
Great effort by Mike Mann, one of our backup quarterbacks, and Ron O'Neill making 5 yards on the first play. Run the sweep here, pick up another 2 or 3 yards. This is a critical situation right here now.
Don't make it on third down.
Don't make a first down and have to punt to them, and they come back on offense. Now, this is the last drive of the game. As you can see, again, we're getting pressured. A lot of folks hustling and trying and scratching to get there.
4th down and 6. And
That was a holding call right there that kept the drive alive for them. Collier comes back and makes a nice throw down the middle and gives them the ball on the 42-yard line.
with a minute to go.
He's throwing and the clock's running, and hit the big tight end then, and he couldn't hold on to the football. Good play by Mark Dormany. Here again, he's throwing over the middle, incomplete. Very nearly intercepted there. Roll out again. Throws to the tight end. Quick reaction.
3rd and
Bob
10.
Harris. 3rd and 10. Pass interference right there. Bob Harris. It was kind of a judgment thing on his part. He thought he could get in front of it. Great play right there by Greg Carr.
They're at the 33 now.
Completes this pass over to the fullback, and this is a controversial play on the part of Southern Mississippi, and
Naturally, Auburn is slow
right.
getting up.
We are trying to take as much time as we can, and the clock runs out, and the game's over. And it was a great win for us.
And the fans were
kind of
really
excited. The fans really helped us feel in the last half of the football game. And let me say something for Southern Mississippi. They lost a heartbreaker to Ole Miss and really didn't play very good against Ole Miss, and that's unusual for them. And Coach Carmody and his coaching staff did a great job of getting their kids back up to play us, and they fought us every step of the way. They had a chance to give up at one time, and they didn't, and they hung in there, had a chance to win it in the late stages of the game, and fortunately we just time ran out on them.
We'll be back in just a minute. I need to say Tennessee is next, and they've had a week off to get ready.
Well, there'll be no rest for the weary. We got to get back up and get ready. It was a very physical football game last night. Donnie was the only guy that we got that seriously hurt. We got a lot of them with some knots and bruises on them, though. But we got to get ready for Tennessee. It's the first conference game. It's a big game for us. They've had a week off to rest up and iron out any mistakes that they've been making that should be an advantage to them. They got to come to Auburn, though.
And it should be interesting. There are a few tickets. You'll have to get it early in the week to get a ticket to the game, and we'll be back next Sunday. Join us.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye is a presentation of
Coach Pat Dye made no secret of the need for a freshman to come in and pump some life into Auburn's anemic offense. So far, things are right on schedule. Auburn's experienced defensive unit has not stayed on the field so much this year, and the big reason is number 34, freshman Vincent Bo Jackson. In 2 games, the 225-pound Herschel Walker lookalike has gained 222 yards in just 23 carries. That's almost 10 yards a try. Suddenly, Auburn is 7th in the nation in rushing, with Tennessee dead ahead.
Of course, there's no question that Bo Jackson has added maybe not a new dimension, but an extra dimension to our offensive football team with, his size and running ability and speed. Of course, he and Lionel complement each other. Both of them are good blockers and getting better. Ron O'Neill is, I think, improving at fullback. he's always been had the ability to run and make things happen running the football, and he's recently taken more pride in becoming a blocker. And if he continues to improve in that area and becomes a complete football player, then you know, we could have a very good backfield with the three of them plus Tim Jesse and Willie Howell and some of the others, young ones coming along, giving us depth there and being able to come in and play and keep them all fresh.
Field this afternoon, Johnny Majors, if the week off had helped the Vols get ready for Auburn.
Well, I hope so. I think we're better mended as far as physically than any time, even before the season started. And you need some extra time to work on the wishbone if you have it, because it's a very difficult offense to defend and stop or even slow down.
The Tigers beat Tennessee for the first time in 4 tries. The final 24-14, and Phil Snow has a report from the Plains.
Auburn's Mudd and Jeff halfback duo, Lionel James and Bo Jackson, had 100-yard days. 6'1", 225-pound Bo Jackson going 20 yards for the score on Auburn's first possession. Al Del Greco, after 55 straight points after, missed his first in an Auburn uniform. 6-0 Auburn. 5'7", 170-pound Lionel James, who gained 129 yards to Jackson's 110, ran 16 yards on this play, but Auburn failed on a field goal try. That allowed Tennessee to take a 7-6 lead in the second quarter when Alan Cockrell threw the bomb to the fleet Willie Galt. The play covered 39 yards. Auburn regained the lead just before the half on an Al Del Greco field goal, and in the third quarter they went up by 10 on a fine bit of misdirection with Lionel James going 32 yards for the score. 17-7 Auburn after a 2-point run by Bo Jackson. Tennessee came back before the quarter ended. Again, Cockrell to Willie Galt, the league's top receiver. 78-yard bomb. Tennessee within 3. Auburn put the game away on an 87-yard drive, half of it on this halfback pass. Lionel James to Bo Jackson. Tim Jesse made a clutch third down run to the 2. And Lionel James scored the clincher to give Auburn its first win over Tennessee in 4 years. Auburn 24, Tennessee 14. The Tigers unbeaten in 3 games. Tennessee has now lost 2 of 3. Phil Snow reporting from Auburn.
For Alabama, held.
Amen. N-O-T-H-I-N-G, that's what balls mean to me. Nothing, absolutely nothing. N-O-T-H-I-N-G, that's what balls mean to me. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I can't say enough about our kicking game today. It was a great job by Lewis. Great job by the specialty teams. You took Tennessee's kicking game away from us. Now, men, I'm going to tell you something right now. We got a monumental task in front of us next week. And you got a chance, a one-in-a-lifetime deal, right here on your home field.
Well, it was a lot of fun yesterday, Phil. It always is when you win, and of course it was a big football game for us, and a big game for Tennessee. Tennessee's got a good football team, and they've got some extremely talented players. I'm mighty proud of ours. You know, we did what we had to do to win. I thought that our coaching staff did a great job last week of getting them ready to play, preparation, offensive, defensive game plans. Our trainer, Herb Walter, did a great job of, you know, of taking care of our kids through the week, and we were awfully banged up after the Southern Mississippi game and really concerned about, you know, our health going into the game. And of course they played, and nearly every player that had been playing in the first two ball games played with something wrong with him yesterday. But they played hard and they played well, and you can see throughout the game. I thought it was by far our best hitting game of the year, and that's, you know, against Tennessee is when you want to come out and have that kind of intensity. And again, I think we're just you know, still a ways away. We're not close to where we can be, and our execution on offense is not as good as it should be, but we scored enough points to win.
Okay, we'll return and take a look at that exciting first half of football in just a minute.
Whether you
talk about electricity in the air, when you get into the conference, it makes a difference, Coach.
Well, it sure does, and of course the thing that I was most concerned about going into the game, Phil, was our kicking game, and of course our specialty teams yesterday did a great job. Our kickers, Dave Blanks and Lewis Colbert, and Alan Del Greco missed his first extra point since he's been at Auburn, but kicked a field goal, and I think that our specialty teams neutralized what I thought was a much stronger kicking game than we had that Tennessee had. And start the game, we kick off to them, and Galt juggles the kickoff and gets it out to around the 15, 16-yard line, and Nate Caesar made the play. They're throwing to the fullback out of the backfield. They come out with a no-huddle offense here, and coaches had had a team. The ball laid on the ground. It seemed like forever, and finally Tennessee got on it.
With hands reaching out there.
Well, we've got to do a better job of recovering from them, but Phil, we did make more happen yesterday than we have in the first two games, and we nearly have an interception here. Chris Martin, we had a little pressure on him there, and
this guy can punt. This guy can punt.
Well, I don't know what I think he averaged, 48 yards yesterday, and of course, not much return on him, and Lionel was filling that one, didn't get a chance to get started uphill. Start running straight at Tennessee. Bo Jackson on just a simple blast play, and the next play we come with a post pattern, and Coach Crow actually kind of surprised me here. I didn't know he was going to try to go deep on him as quick as he did, but I guess it felt like it. We had to slow the secondary down some in order to run the football, and he comes up and calls this post route and hits Chris Wood. Randy's got good protection, hits him right on that number one, and he makes a good catch in a 39-yard gain. Come right back on a sweep, a good block by Ron O'Neal there, and actually good blocking all the way along the line of scrimmage. You couldn't see it, or maybe you can see it. Lionel and Ed West just wall off a whole inside right there, and Ron O'Neal kicks a corner out, and David Jordan pulls up inside and blocks a linebacker, and there's Mike Edwards downfield, escort him into the end zone, and we got a 6-0 lead, and we've run 3 offensive plays, and I said, Lord have mercy.
It was too easy.
And Allen misses that first extra point. I think he's kicked 56 or something in a row. Great hit right here by Dennis Collier, and we come up with this turnover. Came at a very good time in the game because we had kind of lost a little bit of the momentum. Good run right here, blocked by O'Neal. Again, Bo Jackson, and here's a fine offensive play right here, too. We run the belly from the wing set, and Lionel makes about 9 yards on it. We take it on and drive on down and get stopped and have to try a field goal, and it's just barely wide to the right. We didn't get the kind of pressure on the court. This is a great hit right here by Bob Harris on a tight end screen. And Bob read it perfectly and played it perfectly. We went too much read stuff in the first half. Fine play right here by Dow Altman, and I think Dow played extremely well yesterday. He made a lot of plays. And
he's all conference, Coach.
Well, I don't know whether there's a better nose guard in the Look at the blocking right there. Lionel James running behind Ron O'Neal and Bo Jackson. And you know, that's about 500 pounds pouring up through that hole right there in front of Lionel, and it makes it awful comfortable for that little guy to run behind him, I guess.
Had a little shift in the momentum here in the second quarter.
Well, we played a defense yesterday that we knew going into the game was going to be vulnerable to the run, but we hoped it would take that short passing game away from them, and give us a better chance to control our passing game, because they've been real effective controlling football, throwing it, and we did take a control passing game away from them. We had good movement and recognition and on the screens and short stuff. Right here, Galt just beats that corner. Actually, Chuck Clinton said he came underneath him to keep him getting pass interference, and he just misjudged the ball a little bit. Terry Walker, first time Terry's played this year. Terry's a walk-on transfer, and he's still not 100%, but he's a fine individual and going to be a fine football player.
Didn't work to the short side. They pursued very well, don't they?
Well, they had a good plan against us, and we just kept mixing it up and, you know, trying to kind of hunting and pecking and trying to find, you know, something that we could go to when we had to have it, and there we had a twist done on, and they run the sweep, which is a...
This is a third down play.
That was a fine play by Jeff Jackson right there, and the entire defense right now. You're going to see Dow Oatman beat his man across the line by at least a yard, and I guess they had about 6 inches to go and didn't make an inch, and it was a big down because we
swung it back the other way.
We were behind at that time,
That's right.
7-6 in the ball game, and I guess that was... There you can see Bo running inside on just a sweep or blast, and I actually ran over the official, and the official hadn't been in the way. Bo might have run out there in the stadium with that. Again, we run the sweep to the tight end side, and here he's going to pitch it to Lionel, and actually we had a missed assignment there. Bo should have been in motion out the other way, and it's kind of a misdirection play. Here's a fine play by Ron O'Neill just to make a good cut. Right. Ron is playing so much better than he did last year. It's just unbelievable. He's taking pride in blocking, and you can see in this film right here, and he just knocking people. Got a knockdown on that sweep right there, and there's fine running by Bo Jackson. And looked like, I haven't talked to Wayne Both, the coaches, our tight end, but looked like that Ed West blocked mighty well yesterday, and I know that looking at the offensive line, David Jordan, and Pat Arrington, and James Wallace, and Bishop Reeves, Jay Jacobs, did a great job of coming off the line. Our offensive line has taken a lot of abuse, and we don't have many superstars or big names along that front up there. Jay Jacobs is a walk-on, and some of them haven't played a great deal. But Coach Wallace and Coach Callaway have done a great job. Coach Daniels and Coach Callaway have done a great job in bringing them along, and they're getting better each week. And, you know, at the end of the season, I think our offensive line will be respectable.
Okay, that was a big drive there to get on the board and take the lead just before the half. We'll return in just a minute. Now for our university feature, Auburn President Dr. Hanley Funderburk has announced that the Auburn Generations Fund has reached the halfway mark. He called it a milestone in Auburn history. Pat, Auburn has played, seems to be a tendency to play very well in the third quarter, come out and take charge. Have you noticed that?
Well, you know, there's some critical times during the game, I feel, in the first 5 minutes, second half are critical times. You have to go back and establish momentum and try to neutralize anything that the opposing coaches did at halftime as far as getting the team back up and getting ready to play and making adjustments and that sort of thing. And it's important to go out and take charge in the game. And we have done that, and I believe in every game that we played. And it's, you know, it's also important to play well in the fourth quarter, and I thought we did both yesterday.
It was a great balance. Let's take a look now at a bit of the Auburn, the band, the great Auburn band. And boy, what a day yesterday.
It was, it's great to have them back, because we had them back last week for the Southern game. But as Albie, he's got to be the most popular mascot in the country. I know that my little Wanda thinks there's nothing in the world like Albie. And go Bo. That's what I said yesterday, too. Everybody at Auburn had a good
Great to beat Tennessee.
I'm telling you, everybody had a good time, and that's what it's all about. Well, you know, I'm excited for our fans. We start the second half here, and Lionel gets off on a nice run right up the middle for 13 yards. His first play of the second half, and of course he thinks he's supposed to score on all of them. But here's a late pitch to Bo, and gets it, picks up another 10 or 12 yards, and Ron for 3. Counter option, pitching it back to Lionel. He picked up another 7 or 8. Taking it right down the field, just kind of methodically here. Now, this is a great play. Isn't this some kind of move right there?
He put a move on Jenkins.
The little guy just, I want you to watch this again.
Great misdirection. It was set up beautifully.
Yeah, this play we probably should run a little more. Watch that move. That guy right there, that's what you call making his britches fall down around his knees.
Jay Jacobs is hunting somebody going down the field.
I tell you, that was a big play, and there's Mike Edwards. He's got Lionel up on his shoulders. This is a two-point play right here. And just give it to Bo and let him jump and go over the top. And he's got so much tremendous leg strength that he can jump over those pileups.
This is middle of the quarter now, middle of the third.
You can see we get more pressure on Cockrell the second half, and he doesn't have as much time to sit back in and take all day to throw the ball. This is just a great play on the part of Tennessee. Galt, he can run faster than Sound, and he ran by our defensive back, and look at Aubrey.
Killed Aubrey.
I felt the same way, Aubrey.
Look
a
at
great play by Greg Carr. Greg played good yesterday. Chris Martin played extremely good yesterday. Here's a nice interception on the part of David King. David got 2 interceptions yesterday, gave him 3 for the year, and they don't run by David quite like they do some of the others out there.
Well, that was a sight right there, too.
Lewis Colbert, our punter, just great coverage right there by Johnny Cheeks, and there's David King down there, and Greg Tutt. And
there was a 52-yarder with coverage.
Ed Graham, our specialty teams, I thought did a great job. And this is a fumble right here. That ball was knocked loose, and my goodness, I sure would have liked to have that one down on about the 20-yard line. Great play right there by Gerald Robertson from Notre Southern. Look at Doug Smith jumping around, having a good time. There's Chris Martin on the blitz up inside, and run out of bounds by Doug Smith and Chris Martin.
Held him again.
We're playing and having a good time.
Here's a big drive.
I think it started at 14-yard line in the fourth quarter, and we're just going to take this one right on down the field and get a touchdown.
First down run here by Lionel.
Good pursuit by Tennessee, and Lionel picks up 6-7 yards. This is a big play of the drive. Lionel has got great throwing accuracy and a super catch. He just goes up over the safety there and brings it down for a 43-yard gain, and you can see it again.
Good catch, too.
He could have just got to loosen that guy right there. I believe he's going all the way.
He was trying to stiff arm him. I don't think he could find his chin. 4th and 2 play coming right here. Now watch this play.
This is a big play for us, and we run the sweep, and Bo makes a nice cut. Got good blocking. There's a knockdown by Lionel, and it's just, I think it's about an 8-yard run.
Another big play here. This was 3rd and 5.
This is a great play by Tim Jessie. Randy Campbell handled the pressure great, and look at that guy step over one coming hard, and he takes the ball to the 2-yard line, picks up a key first down on the 4th down situation. And look at this blocking right here by the offensive line, and Ron O'Neal just knocked the linebacker back into the end zone, and Lionel just got a free walk in there to get the 6 points.
Jacobs, Jordan, Reeves, Turner, Arrington, West.
Well, I think our offensive line had a good time yesterday. They've been taking a lot of flack about no name and so on and so forth, but they had a good time playing yesterday. Great hit right here by Dennis Collier, and if that guy's not something, I know Dennis calls that fumble with Galt yesterday on the reverse, and just played tremendous football game. There's Ronnie Ballou making a hit, Doug Smith, Bob Harris. We'll get around the football, and there's another interception by David King.
Tipped by Tim Drinkard, I believe.
I think 2 or 3 of them got a hand on it, but I think it's actually tipped twice, maybe by that guy and then by ours. And then this is the only turnover of the game coming up right here, and I think that that's about a 3 or 4 yard gain by Ron O'Neal. I think that Lionel saw so much daylight that he just took his eye off of that ball. He was fixing to just maybe run out the end of the stadium and gave him the ball back right at the end of the game. I wasn't so concerned about them scoring and winning the game as much as I was. There's a nice play by Chris Martin and Greg Carr. We're getting good pressure on the quarterback, Ben Thomas and Vernon Blackard, and it was tackled by Tim Drinkard and Chuck Clanton.
Here it comes.
There it is right there, Vernon Blackard. And I tell you what, the guy plays hard and played good yesterday, looked like to me. Comes up with a key play and actually ended up winning the game for us right there. It was all we had to do was run it out.
They got cowboy boots big enough to fit him, Coach?
Yeah. Vernon is actually not that heavy. He's about 6'5", I guess, weighs about 230, 235, and I think does a tremendous job. Coach Hall has done a great job of teaching technique and so forth. And
it was great to see 73,000 people come to Jordan-Hare Stadium and go home happy. That was nice. We'll return in just a minute. It's now 3 wins, no losses, with one of the national powers, Nebraska, coming to Jordan-Hare Stadium next week. Before we talk a bit about that, there are about 5,000 tickets available for that game. They should go this week, wouldn't you?
I think we'll definitely sell it out, Phil. So, but if you haven't, there is some available right now, and if you don't have them, then you should make plans to get them right away because they will be gone.
Are there any TV possibilities for that game, Pat?
Not really. One of the major networks called and asked us if we would consider changing the game to Sunday and playing it on Sunday afternoon and be on national television. And we just felt like Sunday was a day for the pros and not for Auburn. And at this time, we're not interested in playing on Sunday. We'd like to be on television on Saturday. But I think that right now that's the stand we're taking, and that's the right one.
Would you like to see your team in the top 20 this week?
I don't worry about the ratings right now, Phil. It doesn't make any difference. We've got too many tough ball games ahead of us. Right now, I want to see our football team improve each week. I think that we're not even close to where we can be. We're making too many little silly mistakes on offense, just little things. And defensively, we gave up 2 big plays yesterday that if we don't give up those 2 plays, one of them 78 yards, one 38 yards, and they got less than 200 yards total offense in the ball game. So we've got to not give up the big play, and I thought we played better defensively yesterday than we played all year long, except for the 2 big plays, however. Offensively, if we can execute better and not make the little mistakes, I think our kicking game is showed tremendous improvement yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Nebraska will come in a little bit on edge, having lost a tough ball game on television to Penn State. You got about half a minute for comment.
Well, Nebraska is by far the strongest football team we played to date. They are a well-balanced team, good defensively, good offensively. They're a balanced offense, and they run and throw equally as well. They certainly got 2 best running backs in Craig and Rozier that we will play against this year in the same backfield. They're not as good as Herschel, but they're in the same class. I think we've got a chance. We've got to have a great week of preparation, and we've got to have supreme effort, and all of our fans behind us, then we're going to have a chance.
Need to turn out. It's a great opportunity, and we'll have the playback for you on Sunday. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next week.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Got it. Because we got way over half of our schedule left yet to play. And the biggest game of the year is next week against Kentucky. Biggest game you're gonna play all year.
The Auburn Auburn Football Review.
The Auburn Football Review. Yesterday, Auburn suffered its first loss of the season to a great Nebraska team. It was a great setting, a great opportunity, but not to be, Pat Dye.
Well, you know, sometimes when we have everything exactly like you'd like to have it, and yesterday it was would have been a perfect time for us to come out and win a very, very big football game in front of a packed house, and of course we didn't even come close. Phil, I actually thought that if we could keep the game close till the fourth quarter, we would have a chance, but little did I know that the things at that time were going to take place like it did. The first half basically was about an even football game. We didn't stop them, and they really didn't stop us. We punted one time, and I'm not sure they even punted the first half. But I think that we had 200 and something yards offense at the half, and they had like 230 something. So it was an even game. The long pass course that they completed for the touchdown was really the difference in the score at halftime, 14-7. At the half, we felt like it, that we had moved the football and we could continue to move it. Nebraska's coaches did a great job at the half of making an adjustment defensively, and we never readjusted after the half. They took our outside running game away from us, and we didn't make a first down the first couple of times we got the football, and they scored both times, and it was a 21-7 game, 28-7. We had a chance to get back in the game in the late in the third quarter when it was 21-7. They fumbled on the 13-yard line on a great play by Jim Bone, hit the guy receiving a punt. We got the ball at 13. We turned it over to them on the next down. And after that, they took it from the 13-yard line from that point and scored, made it 28-7. And, of course, it was never a contest after that. We played the second half virtually without, 3 defensive starters. That's not so bad, except when we didn't have them. We didn't have any depth at those positions, so we weren't able to substitute, and as a result of it, our defense got very tired in the fourth quarter, and they scored 20 points against us. And at the same time, we weren't moving the ball offensively, so the thing that we've got to do now is put this game behind us, learn from our mistakes, get stronger because of it. I'm going to challenge our squad and coaches, and they're the same kids that have worked so hard all year long to be where they are right now. I want our fans and students and everybody to help pick them back up this week, and this is a very, very critical football game for us coming up against Kentucky. Right. It's really the biggest game of the year for us right now, and it's one that we've got to win.
Okay, we will take a look at the first half in just a minute. Right now, though, let's go into what was a rather dejected post-game dressing room.
We were trying to run a lot of blitzes and everything, and they picked us up real well. And I don't think we didn't have the pursuit that we usually have, and they just physically beat us.
Remington is a good center.
Oh, sure, he's a great center, and he proved it today.
Rozier about as good as you'll find, huh?
I think so. Run real hard. And you don't lock up, he'll get away from you.
Turn around, the guy was already beat me, dude. It was just a mental mistake on my part.
I guess they kind of finessed with their defense a little bit and then changed up responsibilities with corners and linebackers and defensive end, and it really paid off for them.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Just bruised my shoulder a little bit. I'll be back next week. That's what they was doing, just closing down the whole game. That's what it was.
Good personnel, huh?
Yeah, they was pretty good. It was better than I thought. Better than I expected.
They really confused us a lot the second half. They came out and changed some of the things they were doing, and it just confused us, and we never did adjust to it. They run a lot of cross charges from the secondary, and we just didn't pick up the block. We didn't pick it up.
We have no choice but to put it behind. We got Kentucky next week, and that's the SEC game. That's more important to me than this team that we played today.
We've just got too much going for us to give up, and the seniors aren't going to allow that. The juniors, the coaches, nobody, and we'll be ready next week for Kentucky.
quite a setting for a football game yesterday. 73,900, largest non-conference crowd in history at Auburn. Beautiful weather and really a good crowd.
Well, Phil, there's no question our fans did their part, and we just didn't hold up on our end of it because it was an exciting day. And of course, Nebraska is truly a great football team. I'll never doubt that. If they're not the best football team in the country, we just looked at the Penn State, Nebraska Penns all week long, and we really felt like Nebraska was a better football team than Penn State. Certainly, offensively, they're the best football team maybe that I've ever seen. Had a good rush on Turner Gill right there and had a chance to come up with a big play, but he did a great job of picking up the blitzes and dropping the ball off to the tight end and the wing back, and he just played a near-perfect football game.
He knew where his open man was practically every time.
His reverse and tackle is by Greg Carr and Quincy Williams. Here we come in with the blitz again right here, see, and they do a good job of picking it up, and he gets the football off, and well, it was close. It was close, but you're going to have some close calls in every game. And Phil, one thing, I looked at the film last night. And I waited till get it developed and looked at it about 1 o'clock, and we didn't play good at all. We missed some tackles, and they are very good, and they caused a lot of our problems by the way they executed and the way they played. But I have to say, after looking at the film, that our kids never, they never quit trying. They never quit trying to hit them. And as Bo Jackson ran the ball on the kickoff back out to the 30-yard line, and this is our first drive right here. And of course, we start right off and pitch the ball, and Lionel makes about I guess a 30-yard run here, and it takes it in for the touchdown, really. But he stepped out of bounds right there, and I didn't think he did at the time, but looking at it on the film, normally the officials are always right, and he did step on the line. But that was the first play from scrimmage, and, we start off moving the ball well in the first half and moving throughout the first half. We felt like that we had to run straight at Nebraska to keep their linebackers honest. We had a big turnover. They get the ball, I guess, around the, the 20-yard line?
21. 26. No, 21 is where they got it, yeah.
Great play right there by Tim Drinkin, and we forced him to punt the football here. And
Greg Tutt, third down play here.
Well, I guess they're going to turn it over. We come up with an interception by Mark Norman, and then we take it down the score. But Turner Gill was as effective yesterday against us as you can see him fake, and he's got great protection all day to throw the football. And here's a great interception by Mark Norman, our free safety. And this sets up our touchdown drive, and we tie the score 7-7.
Clayton Buford was the quarterback on this series. First up play.
We wanted to play Clayton early, and did play him early. And of course, Randy and Clayton both combined on this drive right here. Clayton comes up with a nice run, picks up the first down, I think, and then Randy comes back the next play, handoff to Ron O'Neill, and Ron ran better yesterday and we felt like we had to. It was a nice pass play to Ed West, gets the ball down to the 30-yard line. Now we come back and throw to Chris Woods, and Chris takes it down to the 6.
25-yard gain.
And from there, we run the option, and Bo's going to take it in here. Good execution. And right here, you can see Bo leaves the ground and just, he wasn't going to take a chance on that guy tackling and stopping him close, so he just goes over the top and see it on the replay.
I wonder what that guy felt when he didn't feel anything.
I don't know. But anyway, the score is 7-7 now. We've moved the football, and of course, Nebraska's just a very physical, strong football team, and great offensive line. Nice play right there by Doug Smith and Joe Robinson.
This was a near.
Yeah, right. We came very close right there to coming up with a big play, but we don't. And they drop one coming across the middle, and then I believe this is Gerald Robinson sacks the quarterback here on this play, and they have to punt the football, and we come back with it.
played a lot of football with two freshmen and defensive linemen, Pat.
Well, we're playing a lot of freshmen, Phil. I think we're playing, we've now played 12 freshmen, and some of them, of course, are playing a lot more than the others. I know that Steve Wallace and Jeff Lott, two freshmen, were on that drive for the touchdown now. And of course, Gerald Williams and Gerald Robertson both played quite a bit, and going to have to continue to play. There's a fine play by Randy and the entire offense, pitching the ball back to Lionel, and he has a nice game. Real fine throw and catch under pressure right there by Randy and Chris Woods. And you can see that, you know, we're moving the football. It's not a, I mean, it's a contest, score 7-7. This is the play right here that Lionel gets hurt on, bruises his shoulder. We get a first down at the 40-yard line. Nice play right here to Tim Jesse. A little hand-back reverse. Bo's running strong inside. We get the ball down to the 28-yard line. And from there, we call a pass and don't get to throw it, and we miss a field goal. And, of course, the score at this time is 7-7.
The lead would have been a big factor in that game.
I think so. I think so. You know, there was 3 plays in the ball game yesterday that we felt like were really, really key plays, and, of course, they always are, but we had 3 chances to establish momentum. The field goal right there was a big play. And, of course, this is a big play right here. We get beat deep.
Well,
and, well, you know, that guy right there that got beat, he'd let you cut his heart out for Auburn. But it was a 3rd and 24, I believe, and the guy ran on just a simple little old come down and fake a circle route, a hook up, and David kind of just settled his feet just a little bit. And, of course, when he broke deep, the guy threw the football, and he was behind him, and resulted in a touchdown. And you know, everybody in the world hates it. Nobody hated it worse than David did. But that pass play, the missed field goal, and then the fumble right after we got the ball on the 13-yard line, those 3 plays in the ball game, you know, could have resulted in a change in momentum and keeping us in the football game. And I think that if we could have carried it to the late stages, and you know, we might have fought a little harder or done something a little different, that would have given us a chance to win the football game. But it didn't turn out that way. I think that you know, I think that I give Nebraska a lot of credit. You know, I'm kind of confused about our football team right now to some degree. I don't know if we're as bad as Nebraska made us look yesterday defensively. I had thought that defensively we were going to be a good football team, and we haven't developed that way. And, of course, offensively, I thought that, you know, you take the first half, we moved the ball quite well against what we think is a good defensive football team. And the second half, we moved it hardly in it at all. So we got to regroup and come back, and we'll look at the second half. And
we'll be back in just a minute after these words. The university feature, a couple of sons of Auburn returned to the campus yesterday. The astronauts, Ken Mattingly and Hank Hartsfield. Here's the way they landed on the spaceship Columbia back during the summertime, and to the cheers of the world and to the president. And then yesterday they were the guests of Auburn University. Held a news conference in the morning, at which I'm sure they answered many, many questions. And then on the field yesterday, Pat, you'll be interested to know that they returned the jerseys that they were given to take with them on the spaceship Columbia, 58 and 54, of course, meaning the years they graduated from Auburn. I didn't know, but there are quite a few people in the Auburn people in the space industry, over 800 in the, you know, at the Space Center and down in Florida and out in Houston and in North Alabama, quite a few.
Well, I got a chance to meet both of them Friday night, and they're class people, and certainly a tremendous credit to Auburn University. And you know, Phil, yesterday was a proud day for a lot of Auburn people. It was, of course, a big football game for us, and there's more Auburn people at the game yesterday. Over 71,000 Auburn people. Nebraska only brought 1,800 fans with them to the game, and so there was more Auburn people to see the game yesterday than any game in the history of Auburn football. which is, you know, just an indication of you know, what's to come when our program gets to where, you know, we're going. I don't have any, as Donnie Humphrey and his lady friend.
Donnie was in much better shape this week.
Well, Laura is one of our basketball players and a great one. And, she and Donnie, I think, engaged in something. That's got Nebraska coming out on the first drive of the second half, and they used a combination of misdirection just to fumble the ball here, and, you know, that would have been a mighty big play for us, but we didn't come up with it. But they used a combination of just straight power, sweeps, dives, traps, options, throwing the football long, throwing it short. You know, Coach Osborne, and of course, they've been running this same offense for a long time, and they're just taking it methodically down the field. They control the football all the way, and that's, you know, that's a 3-yard pass, but it picked up a first down for them. They come in, run the sweep here for the touchdown, and we don't do a very good job right here. We just don't get corner upfield and get it turned back inside. And
well, they look inside and then shoot outside with that.
Well, it's a power play, and it's designed to go either inside or outside.
Tough running, man.
Right, we didn't get the football to Bo near enough yesterday, and the situation that they took the pitch away from us and wouldn't let us throw it there. He was making a nice block for Clayton Buford, but you know, we should have predetermined, and we got predetermined to get the football to him more. But right here, you see a big play that could have got us back in the football game. A great punt by Lewis Colbert, great coverage, and that lick right there by Jim Bone. We come up with a turnover, and we got the ball to the 13-yard line, and we give it to him the next play from scrimmage. We run the inside belly, and looking at it on this film right here, Lionel never got the ball. He had it on his hip right there, and the ball was never settled in the pocket, and which is, you know, is just execution, and that shouldn't happen, but it did, and of course they come back here and score. A nice play right there by Doug Smith, and I think Doug played good yesterday. I haven't talked to Coach Hall and the Grays, but they come up. That's a third down play right there. You know, we got them backed up, and all we got to do is hold them, and we're going to get the ball in good field position, but we let them out, and we did it time and time again yesterday. Here they are trapping us. We don't get the linebacker stepping up. You know, anytime they trap in, there's a little misdirection thing that they ran, and it was very effective against us. Of course, we were trying to penetrate at times and slanting and coming on, trying to give them some bad plays, and as Rozier, great tackle and hit by Chuck Clanton. We get the ball on the fumble and get a turnover, and we still in the game here. It's 21 to 7. Randy hits Chris Wood at that 43-yard line, and we don't make a first down here, and actually go for the first down with 3rd and about 2. Gets it right here. Well, this is Tim Jesse running option, and he gets it down to, I think it's 2 yards from a
4th and 1 right
Fourth
here.
and 1, and we come back, and you can see that guy runs upfield and takes the pitch man out, and Randy was trapped, and we pitch the ball and don't come up with it. Well, that's a great play on the part of Nebraska, and Turner Gill, he read the blitz and dumped the ball off to his wingback. Here they run the missed tackle there, and of course you can see that we are still trying to get after him. It's not a matter of either. You don't see anybody laying around on the ground. Here's a little old bootleg delay route to the tight end, and like I said, they've got every weapon that you can have in the offense and do a great job with it. As I started to mention earlier, I think that somebody was telling me that they're looking at the ages of Nebraska's football team, and their offensive line, the average age of them is 22.
Yeah.
So they all...
Rarely does a sophomore play for them.
They're redshirt. This is a great run right here by Rozier. Several missed tackles. And he's a class football player. Very strong, got speed.
He's a prototype for their offense, isn't he?
Well, he just, you know, he hadn't played much last year before we played him, and he came in and played against us and played well in Nebraska last year. And but it's, you know, the game yesterday was a long cry from the way we played them last year defensively, and you know, we have just got to do a little soul searching and kind of reevaluate and see if we can't come up with a better defensive football team.
We'll be back in just a minute. Whether you're on the conference next week, critical game with the University of Kentucky at Jordan-Hare. We need you in the stands. And, Coach, we'll see you next week.
34. 50 defense, Coach. 50 defense. They got middle row. Really 80, 50. They're going to slant back to the Eagle, I bet you. Oh! All right, second one, Jack. Second one. Second and one. All right, let's go. We got right, 536, ex-post. Ex-post. You ought to be running at that other tackle over there rather than Williams. Hey, Wayne Bowe. Tell Chris if that guy's playing inside of him, go ahead and make his post break and bounce it over the top of him if he's way inside. Need to run the corner, Jack. First down. All right, let's go. We got right split, 39 combo, 39 wide block. Right split, 39 combo wide block. 39 combo wide block. 39 combo wide block. That's the sixth play you just called. Back to the tight end side. Yeah. Okay. You got to block him, Chris. You got to block him, Chris. Going the other way. Turning loose on him. What'd they call? That's not delay a game, is it? No, it could be. A dead ball foul. Illegal procedure is the call against Auburn. Let's go. We got right, 98 Turkey. Check. Right, 98 corner. X-corner. 98 X-corner. Coach, we're going to start throwing the ball. We've been out there nice and what play? This is the eighth one. You just called the eighth play. Do what? Corner. This is 98 corner. Blitz. No, it ain't. Let's go. We got left, 63. Left. 63. Ball's on the 7, Jack. Right on the 7. What's the end, Coach? 6'5". 6'5". It's a give. Middle linebacker. Middle on the spot. Goes up to the 5. Left, 24. Yeah, what was it? That didn't look like 6'5" now. It was 6'5", 4 stack to the split inside, man-to-man coverage. Tackle 4 stack? 4 stack, he stepped outside. Tackle wide, middle linebacker made the hit. That's a touchdown right here, walk in. Same defense. Come on, Monk. What's that? That's a 4.5. They gave him the 4. Third and 4. Got to get let's go. We got left, 36 inside. Check. Left, 39 inside. 39 inside, James. The 11th play coming. 39 inside. Yes, sir. Get it pitched. 39.
It's interesting up there, huh?
There weren't enough of those, but that was a good one.
Coach Blakeney, I tell you, he's excited.
You call the plays, and then, of course, he gives you the down.
Mighty proud of you for coming out and playing as hard as you did and fighting them like you did. I don't think you could have won the football game without it. Defensively, we had to have a lot of good things over there to keep them off the board as far as out the end zone. Still making too many mistakes, and there's a lot of improving to do. We're at a point. We're at a point now, man. Where for us to get better, we got to get well. We got to get well, we've got to get quick, and we've got to cut out all of the mental errors, mistakes, mental mistakes that's beating us and hurting us.
No, you weren't interested in giving a scouting report, but this may be the most beat-up team you've had at Auburn.
Well, there's no question about that, Phil, and, you know, I guess a lot of people expected us maybe to beat Kentucky worse than we did. I was happy as I could be to come out winning. I was very concerned about our physical status going into the ball game. Of course, Chris Martin didn't play any. We played 4 linebackers yesterday that hadn't been in a varsity game all year.
Greg Carr was not 100% at all.
Well, he didn't play that much really, and of course Ben Thomas was out. Mark Gorman didn't play. Offensively, even though a lot of them played, we were hurt over there. Jeff Lott, big offensive lineman, didn't play at all, and of course Lionel didn't play a great deal in the ball game, and it really left us playing with all freshmen in the backfield with Ron O'Neal and Randy, and it was a good win for us. It was one that I think that came from our coaching staff doing an excellent job last week in preparation and getting the kids back up ready to play. I think the players themselves, the seniors, and you know, there's no question that, you know, our pride was deeply hurt with the performance against Nebraska, and I thought they did a good job of getting back up and getting ready to play.
They sure did. It was a tough football game, and one that was kind of exciting for a while, but the field goals kept piling up, as you'll see. Now let's go into the Auburn dressing room after the game.
A while since I had something like this, and I think I really needed it after what's been happening early in the year. So it's going to turn me around.
This is the day when you helped your team win the game, huh?
I let them down before, and I said this week that, you know, I've done enough. It's time that I do something for them and for Coach Dye. So I was just happy to do it.
I thank the coaches for not sticking me in there early, because I probably would have got embarrassed. I wasn't ready for college football, so playing JV really got me ready for football.
Hello, Enterprise.
Hello, Enterprise. And I'm back to stay.
You found yourself on the other side of the ball today. Looks like you had a good time.
Yeah, it was real nice, you know, getting back over to play defense. You know, I came here as a defensive player, and it was a real thrill, you know, to get to go out there.
Had some big plays, too, huh?
Yeah, it was all right. They were tough, though, you know, the linemen, they didn't give up, and they fought real hard, you know, and I got in there and had a couple good plays.
It's a great win for us defensively. I hope we can continue pulling together and get after Georgia Tech and the big ones down the road.
Hey, you got your first snaps today. How'd it go?
Yes, sir. It felt real good. Felt real good.
Oh, and you also held on a lot of field goals. It looked like the exchanges between you and the snapper and the placements looked pretty good all day. Huh?
Yes, sir. It felt like the rhythm was down, and just Al did a beautiful job today.
Coach, it looked like y'all didn't have enough linebackers to line up today.
Well, we were playing some new ones and some young ones and giving them a chance, and see, we really need another linebacker to come through, and we looked at 4 new ones today and tried to...
That's about all you had.
That's all we had. That's all we had dressed out, and we looked at them and tried to make a decision on who to go with. And
and work one in. Hopefully one of those freshmen, sophomores will be able to work into the playing rotation for us, but we're going to need them on down the line.
Timing showed because of the new faces in the offense.
Very much. You know, we must have ran 12 plays that were just pure blanks, you know, where some backfield execution was just made it impossible to execute, and you can't do that. You can't have one of those in a tight ball game. And I thought Del Greco was Johnny on the spot.
Good to see him come in and win a game.
Yeah, it sure was.
Pat, the crowd was a little tentative yesterday. They didn't really know what to expect.
You know, they probably had the same feeling I was afraid of. It, you know, they probably weren't as excited as they were certainly against Nebraska and Tennessee, but they came alive during the game, and you know, it was a situation where it was a must-win for us, and it was you're going to see some good things in the game. Defensively, I think our defensive line played real well. Doug Smith and Dow Altman and James Wallace had some big plays coming in, playing at nose guard. Hadn't switched over from offense. And you can see Vernon Blackwood making a play.
Bo Brown in there at linebacker.
Well, we started Bo Brown and Ronnie Ballou. We come out and moved the ball quite well yesterday. We just didn't get it in the end zone. As Bo running on the sweep, fine run right here by Tim Jesse.
You can see his improvement week to week, you know.
Well, he's you know, he's a very physical football player, and you know, contact doesn't bother Tim.
3rd and 4.
There's a fumble right here. We have just a lot of little old miscues like this, but yesterday, you know, the offense didn't turn the football over a time.
And this guy punted like crazy. This is his best day by far.
You know, some phases of our kicking game is improving. In other phases, you know, we're still not. We haven't had a long return, and we haven't blocked a punt. But that was Willie Howell and Jim Bone, and you see just right there, I think that Randy would have scored here if he hadn't tripped over Ron O'Neill's foot. And don't get much blocking on the corner there, and the end comes off and catches line from behind, and we end up kicking a field goal here.
First of 6 for the day.
You know, I've been looking for Al to have this kind of day. I'd rather he wouldn't have that many opportunities, because I'd much prefer getting it in the end zone. But he has really kicked exceptionally well last spring. There's a fine play by Gerald Robertson, a big freshman defensive end from Bo Brown and Gerald Robertson, Ronnie Ballou again.
3rd and 4 here.
He just throws it up in the stands to get rid of it.
Going the other way now.
It's fine running by Ron O'Neill, and you know, we're really just not getting a smooth operation like I'd like for us to do right there.
3rd and 2.
Bo Jackson up and over the top, and here's a great run right here by Bo. Good block by Willie Howell and Ron O'Neill and Mike Edwards, and he hits that crease and down the sideline, and that guy comes across, and Bo drags him 7 or 8 yards and finally pulls him down on the 7. See it again right here. There's a block by Willie Howell, and
Weekend motor. Tearaway jerseys, he might have scored.
Well, I think he probably would have, but we should get it in from here, and we don't. That's, you know, we've got to improve, because that's, you know, when we get down here, Ron O'Neill made 2 or 3 fine runs on the goal line. We just lacked a little something. You know, just mishandled the option right there. I think probably Randy should have pitched the ball. We get a 5-yard delay of illegal procedure penalty, and that kind of moves us back a little bit and end up kicking the field goal again.
6-0 now. Del Greco 2 for 2.
Well, our defense is playing good, and Kentucky's not moving the football. And here's a nice run on the part of Lee, that tailback, and that guy's got great speed. He runs, I think, 9.5, and that's probably the longest run for the day.
They had one other, and that was
nice play by Chuck Clanton.
Bone.
It's Jim Bone and Ronnie Ballou. Jim Bone making the first hit. Draw again. Dalton making the play.
They were 1, 2, 3 and punt for a long time.
Well, this is Greg Pratt, and Greg played a little more yesterday than he played. And I Pratt just, you know, those backs relax when they get on the ground, or get close to getting on the ground and turn that ball loose. Just scares me to death.
Mike Mann.
I thought that ball right there could have been caught. Tim kind of got one hand up on it. It's better to try to get 2 on it if you can. Here's another fine punt and great coverage by Tim Drinkard right there. Gets right down the middle of that punter, and he's lucky he didn't fumble that one. But we've gotten 2 big plays the last 2 weeks off of our coverage and kicking game, and that's what you like to have to do. Fine play right there by Vernon Blackard. He bats the ball down. Had a little bootleg play called, and here's James Wallace that moved from offensive guard to nose guard and really helped us out yesterday.
Showed some quickness. Late in the quarter now.
Well, this is a nice drive right here right before the half, and that's Randy throwing to Ed West. Comes back and throw to Mike Edwards. Both of those were third down plays.
Right.
Here's a post pattern, and the defensive back was on Mike Edwards' back, and they called pass interference, gives us good field position. Come down.
Going for the first, making it.
Ron O'Neill makes a first down. We'll have a couple of good runs here and gets it down a little closer. Bo running the sweep. And he gets it down around the 6-yard line. We don't move it in, and Allen kicks another field goal. That's a big play right there to go up 9-0 right before the half. And as I said, the defense was playing well, and we had the opportunities to score, and we didn't. And of course, Al came in and did the things that he's supposed to do, and you know, I was glad to see it. You know, that kicking game is going to be so important.
You're right.
You know, right on into the you know, the really difficult part of our schedule at the end of the year.
You are right. We'll be back in just a minute after these words. Hundreds of thousands of gallons of motor oil are thrown away when we drain them from the crankcases of our automobiles. Well, Auburn University chemical engineering students are building a re-refinery to recycle all that old oil. The project to see members of the National Championship 1957 team, Zeke, Smith, Jackie Burkett, Lloyd Nix, Marsh Savage, all those guys?
Well, I got to see most of them last night. I didn't see them before the game. Somebody was saying what a good-looking bunch of men it was. You know, they had out at halftime, and I doubt if very many of them could play right now. But you could,
I didn't see any.
If you could transplant some hearts, they could play. I'll tell you that.
And the great Auburn University band.
we had a lot of high school bands in yesterday. And
great.
Dr. Walls does a great job with ours, and Sue was telling me that Kentucky's band did a great job at halftime yesterday too. So people that enjoy the halftime activities said they had a great show.
Just before the team returned to the field, the Auburn band went down in the far end zone and just for about a minute or so entertained the young high school band members down there.
Well, that's great.
There's some of them right there.
They'll be marching for the Auburn band someday. Some of them will.
And the Enterprise band went bananas when Alan Evans went in the game.
Well, Alan has come a long way. You know, he's a class youngster, and started out kind of slow, and I think it really didn't. College football kind of took him by surprise. And Frank Orville said that Adam spent a couple of days on the scout team last week, and he said that's the reason he started. Decided he'd rather be on the other field. But he had a good. We scrimmaged about an hour and a half last Monday night after the Nebraska game, and Adam had a good scrimmage, and he's getting better. We're still making a lot of mistakes, so we start the second half and have a nice drive here. Ron O'Neill played hard yesterday and just was a big factor in the game. It was a nice throw and catch by Mike Edwards, and Moles, our free safety, got hurt on that play. As a counter option to pitching to Tim Jesse.
We'll show that later.
Yeah, that's a kind of we're taking it right on down there. That pass to Ed West, and didn't throw the ball enough yesterday effectively. And here's Ron O'Neill again running up inside and cutting back across the grain. Picks up. Here's one right here that just, you know, Mike Edwards dropped that. Mike dropped 2 or 3 passes yesterday, and if anybody in the world is going to catch football, Mike's going to catch it, and I think it was just too easy.
One time I know he looked right into the sun, too.
There's another one that ordinarily Mike could catch that one. Mike had an unfortunate thing happen to him last week, and I don't know if that was brought in or not, but we were having a little bull in the ring with the split receivers, and they knocked out 2 front teeth. And here's a shoestring play, a water bucket,
Whatever
whatever you want to call it. And Bob Harris would, you know, if he'd have intercepted that pass, he just walked into it. They come back, and Doug Smith tips that one up in the air, and one of the offensive linemen catches it, and like wrestling a bear, try to get him on the ground.
This was almost...
That's, this set up that field goal right here. This just mishandled a punt, and I mean, that's just a mistake and an error that, fortunately, yesterday it didn't cost us the ball game, but it certainly can cost you one in the close.
The October sun is really becoming a factor.
That was Lee again. Lee is, you know, he just got that great speed and has a fine play by Ronnie Ballou and Jeff Jackson, and there's James Wallace out there. Here again, they throw to the tight end, and you know, we're not tackling like Auburn's supposed to tackle. Ronnie Ballou finally gets him down. We're just missing too many tackles. We're not running through people. We're reaching and grabbing, and that's a fine play by Jeff Jackson and Tim Drinkard.
2nd and 11 at the 11-yard line.
There's a called fumble right there by Jeff Jackson, and the ball lays on the ground too long. We're not getting enough turnover defensively, and I guess, you know, it's something to do with coaching, I'm sure. We've got to do a better job of, you know, thinking about fumbles and thinking interceptions and having us turnover.
This was an almost right here.
I believe if Bo could have broke back to the left one time and got those guys on a foot race, he might have broke out there with it. Fine play right here by Allen Evans, and this might be Allen's first run of the ball game. But a misdirection play, just kind of a hand-back draw or sweep, and
he certainly shows the talent everybody knows he's got.
He's another fine punt by Lewis Colbert, and I think Lewis averaged 47 yards yesterday, and I'm mighty happy for him. A lot of folks doubted him back early in the season, I guess, but I sure didn't. Fine play right there by Doug Smith. James Wallace again on the tackle. James is probably the quickest lineman we have offensively or defensively. Nice run right here by Lionel James, puts us back in nearly field goal position on the punt return and got it down to that 40-yard line. There's Greg Pratt again. Greg, I see you juggling that football again, too. There's another misdirection play, and Bo takes it for 8 or 9 yards on a first down.
Fourth quarter now, same drive.
Fine run right here by Allen Evans, who actually gets a pitch out there and gets by one without a blocker, which is pretty difficult to do sometimes. We knew Kentucky was an outstanding goal line play, the outstanding goal line defense. We had talked about it all week long, and
third down play
what
here.
They were going to do. They didn't do anything different except they executed, and we didn't. That play right there, I think, would have got in the end zone if we don't mishandle the snap from center, but we end up getting a field goal out of it. And, so it's 12 to 3, and we're back with a 9-point lead again. That's a big play right here. Kept the drive alive.
We really had some big plays yesterday.
Well,
First and 10 at the 40.
We throw the screen, and Randy did a good job of setting it up, and Tim Jesser running it. That play was good to us yesterday.
Played 4 freshmen backs yesterday, I believe.
Well, I don't know. We're probably going to end up playing some more before the year's over.
There's number 5.
We can get it close, but we can't get it in, and that's not too good. But that's better than coming away empty-handed.
That's right. A couple of first downs here. They only made 7 first downs.
Well, you can see a missed tackle there, and reaching and slinging them down, and you know, we just need to be putting that shoulder pad on them and running through them. And there's another missed tackle right there, and it's just not.
Here's a third down play.
Sharp. Here's 2 big plays in a row right there. Doug Smith stops him on 3rd and 1, and we come back, and good penetration by Bob Harris and Dennis Collier and Greg Carr stopping for no gain, gives us the ball at the 40-yard line.
And then Al Del Greco comes in, kicks the 6th field goal of the day to establish a new Southeastern Conference mark for field goals in a game of 6, and the final is 18 to 3. We'll be back in just a minute. Next week at Jordan-Hare, an old rivalry, a big game for Auburn. Coach, we wanted to leave you with this. Now, I think if you stay in football, you'll see just about everything. Now,
well, you know, there's always some funny things happen right in the heat of the battle, and you can see the Kentucky guy's headgear is caught on the seat of the pants of Tim Jesse right there. He's about to pull his headgear off and pull his head off. Tim doesn't know he's caught, and they haven't.
We have to go. We'll see you next week.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye is a presentation of WSFA TV Sports.
Enjoy it.
Thank you, Hazel.
You're welcome.
I enjoyed it.
Been off.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat.
Welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Yesterday, Auburn did, in fact, wreck Tech, the first shutout of the year. Congratulations, Coach.
Well, thank you, Phil. I thought our defensive football team did an excellent job against Georgia Tech. Our defensive staff, I thought, had an outstanding plan, and it worked to perfection. Offensively, we continued to hurt ourselves. A lot of good things offensively, and some not so good. I think it was good for our offensive football team to go out and play and win without Bo Jackson in the ball game. I think that that's got to give them some confidence that we can win without him.
How about his status?
I think he'll be ready for Mississippi State. I guess those deep bruises like he's got, you don't know how quick they're going to respond to treatment, but he might could have played just today, but we didn't want to take a chance on it. If you play those things, come back too early, they have a tendency to maybe calcify, and that's more serious. But I think he certainly would have made a difference in our offense yesterday. I don't think there's any question about that. If you take out the bad plays, we lost 77 yards on bad pitches and a reverse, and it wouldn't have been near as bad as it looked. The big thing, again, our offense did not turn the football over, and as long as we continue to not turn it over and score enough points to win, then, I'm not going to complain.
Okay, let's go into the Auburn dressing room, and it was a happy scene, as you might expect. How's that goose egg look to you?
Hey, it was real nice. We went out there and did a pretty good job today, and I think the defense went out and proved today that we could do it.
How come y'all were able to tip so many balls?
I don't know. We've been working on it all year, and I don't know. This is just a game where it all came into being.
I think right now, we can go anywhere we want to go out of ball.
You got this thing worked out.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Hey, how about Zero?
Oh, yeah, I love it. Shutout.
Defensive front did a good job this week, and I think we come up to the challenge. So we had a real challenge. Georgia Tech had a real good offensive line.
So now I'm all healthy, and hopefully I can go on to finish the season strong.
Well, we were just getting around the ball. There a lot of hustle and great pressure on the quarterback. He was just throwing it up and tipping. We were just going out there like a wild bunch of cattle.
Wild bunch, huh?
Really.
Hey, this is the game that you guys needed. You had more big plays in this one game, I believe, than you've had all year, don't you think, right?
Yeah, we knew we would come out. We knew we had to win the game on defense, and we got the breaks. Defensive line had a great pass rush, and we just got lucky to come up with some tip balls.
Y'all played a lot of crazy secondary alignments today, didn't you, Greg?
Well, we mostly played with 5 defensive backs today, and before the game today, Coach told us when the ball in there, it's as much as ours is there, so we was going reckless to the ball all day today.
That war paint you got on there?
Yeah, war paint.
Of course, I haven't seen the film of the stats yet, but I believe we had the biggest number of sacks and pressure on the quarterback than we've had all year.
The first real fall Saturday at Auburn Pat.
Well, it was a beautiful day. There's no question about it. And as Albie in the yellow jacket having a little fun before the game, I think I got some raid out there trying to kill him. That good-looking young lady there was trying to coax him up. Now she put it on him. Albie's going to come in and finish him off.
This series has so much color, you know. It's just great.
It's, I think, next to Georgia, Auburn is the oldest rivalry in the South. That was a fine play by Chuck Clanton on the first kickoff of the game. He fields it on the 2 and runs it back out to the 18. And as a guy that we were so afraid of, and we really did I think a good job of containing Levette yesterday. I mean, he had 28 or 30 yards. Fine play by Bob Harris on just a little flat route misdirection bootleg.
Again this week, the defense set the tone, Pat. They stopped them.
Well, here's another great pass rush by Jeff Jackson. I think Jeff Jackson, just looking at the film this morning, must have played his best game of the year.
Late in the quarter now.
We have a hard time getting anything started early in the game and have a couple of just execution problems, but we come back and have a nice play right here and run by Lionel, a big third down play.
Great attack. Good break there. The ball goes out of bounds, keeps the drive going.
That was a big play for us. And here's Allen Evans coming back on the sweep, and then you see the flag that Georgia Tech was lined up off sides. Right here you're going to see a fine play from Randy Campbell to Clayton Buford, a split in. Clayton just ran by the cornerback, and Randy hit him right between those 2 ones. Good protection.
And that's what he was put out at the wideout for, I guess.
Right, he's still got a lot to learn about blocking in other parts of the game, but he gave us a big play right there.
Another big play coming with a 7-0 lead. Now, 3 interceptions on the day right here.
Has a fine play by Bob Harris. Good pressure on the quarterback and good sudden change right there. We got called for a clip on that play, and we try not to get a clip of penalty on a turnover. Sometimes it takes some of the emotions away after if you get a penalty. Should have caught that one right there. That Ed West, and he'll catch most of them.
I think that's the first one he's dropped this year. Great punt here by Lewis Colbert.
And it gets into the end zone, and we come back later in the game and down 2 of them inside the 5-yard line, I guess on the 1-yard line. Near interception right there by Dennis Collier. Ball was tipped up in the air, and
he has 2 in a row. Isn't this amazing?
Well, Dennis is playing with two fingers or 2 thumbs that are both, the ligaments in both of them are, I don't know if they're torn or loose or sprained or strained or what. Great return right here by Lionel James, our defensive football team, setting it up. Lionel does a lot of it on his own. He gets some help right here. You can see at the end right there, if Jeff had just turned back and blocked that one guy, had gone all the way. He was so excited about Lionel running. I guess he's trying to be a cheerleader there and hit him along.
Lionel had him a day. He had over 100 yards of return yardage.
Well, he's dangerous, and Lionel's well now. He's 99%. You could tell it yesterday. I tell you, if he just turned back and blocked that guy, Jeff, I'll outrun the other one.
Okay, down close now. That was the second play.
Lionel running a sweep and picks up 3 or 4 yards. They have a safety blitz right there, and that number 21 plays free safety for them. They came in there and gave us a bad play. Allendale Greco kicks it through and gives us a 10-0 lead in the second quarter.
8th field goal of the year. Auburn leading 10-0. Next series for Georgia Tech coming now.
Fine play by Jeff Jackson, and I don't know who the corner was. That might have been Greg Tutt. Great play by Jeff Jackson, and Dow was actually the first one to get there, and Vernon Blackard. You can see we had pressure on the quarterback all day long. I believe that's Jeff Jackson again on the tackle on the draw, along with Greg Carr.
We're late in the second quarter now, and this is after a Tech punt, and they're going to get an opportunity here, but the defense is going to shut them down again.
Well, we should have run under that defensive tackle there and a couple of plays, and I think if Clayton could have cleared that defensive end there on the reverse, he might have had a chance to break out of there with it, but get a big loss and probably shouldn't have called it.
This is against a strong wind, by the way, too.
That's you're going to see a big play right here. Up after that short punt, we come back and throw him for a loss back out to the 48-yard line. That's Ronnie Ballou and Quincy Williams. and they try a 65-yard field goal.
No chance.
And that wraps up the first half.
10-0 Auburn at the half. We'll be back in just a moment. Auburn spirit. There not only was a Rec Tech parade in Auburn on Thursday, there was one in the nation's 5th largest city, Houston, Texas, on Friday, and we have some tape of that.
Would you believe this cuddly bunny was once a war eagle, and he's here to prove it? I guess you could call this a casual meeting. Graduates of Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama, decided Tranquility Park would be the best spot to begin their ceremonies. Auburn, the A&M of Alabama, plays Georgia Tech this weekend, and the grads couldn't go without their traditional Rec Tech celebration before the game. Somehow, the spirit of the few was catching, even for those passing by who had no idea why the pajamas, why the parade, and who are these people?
So this is the first Rec Tech party in Houston, and from what they tell me, Houston's going to have a few more. Myra Jolivet, News Center 11.
The guy in the hard hat there was just a construction worker, and they got him down, and he got in the Auburn spirit there.
Well, there's no way to not get involved in it, and of course our student body had a great time Thursday. Last year we let the squad go over and watch it, but I was afraid to get involved in it this year because of the game. But I went over and talked to the students, and they were excited about it. Of course, you know, at Auburn, sometimes we have to look for something to get excited about.
Let's get back into the second half of play. And the great Auburn band on the field at halftime. Tech's band was there as well. I don't know of another series this much fun, Pat, you know, with all the stuff that goes on around it. It's just
well, it's good, clean fun, and you know, the game was hard fought yesterday on both sides of the football, and Coach Curry had an excellent plan for us, and I think that defensively we kind of had them outmanned, and that defense I thought played the best that they've played all year long. And here's a fine run to start the second half by Ron O'Neal. That's a good move right there for a 235-pounder. They kept defensive back missing.
On average, about 10 yards.
This is an excellent drive right here. Fine block by Lionel James and run by Tim Jesse. And here's another fine run by Tim Jesse. Good blocking by Ed West and the entire offensive line. Pitches again to Lionel. And good, you can see folks being knocked down out there on the corner. In the game yesterday, we had a lot of people that played well. Tim Jesse played extremely well, taking Bo's place, because Tim has played well all year long. Lionel James had an outstanding day on offense and had over 100 yards in punt returns. He is going in for the touchdown. Good block by Tim Jesse again. And is this Ed West or Mike Edwards making a block here on the touchdown run? I believe that's Ed West, and I couldn't be sure. One or the other of them. And we go up 17-0, and there's Lionel. And I saw Lionel's daddy after the game yesterday, and I tell you, if he could bottle it and sell it the way he's raised that young man, he could make a fortune, because there's none finer in the country. He's just a great competitor and a complete person. He is so unselfish, a team player. I guess the most popular player on our football team, really. You think the guy weighs 170 pounds, he's 5'6", and he's the inspiration to all of us. Tech moved the ball probably better on the draw yesterday than anything else. We played 5 defensive backs at some time, and of course our blitz gave them problems all day long. I thought our defensive coaches, Wayne Hall and Frank Orwell and Bobby Wallace and Joe Witt, all did an excellent job in preparation for Georgia Tech. And the blitzes we had were effective, and
that was one of the few times the
coverages that we had were effective. And of course, we had a lot of movement, played a lot of people on defense, and fine play right there. And I'm not sure who that was, but maybe Quincy Williams on the draw. And that was a big play right there on fourth down, 4th and a foot, and we come up with a short yardage play, and there's another fine run and block by Tim Jesse and Lionel, and Mike Edwards down in front. Mike Edwards played good yesterday, just like he does every week. You know, he made 2 outstanding catches on this drive right here, I think, for the, well, maybe it's the next drive.
Yeah.
We take it in the score.
Watch this play by Chuck Clinton.
Chuck fields this ball in the air and then drops it back out to, that guy was calling for a fair catch on about the 10-yard line. And, you know, we actually work on that in practice, and Chuck's got that great speed and gets down and down the ball. And it's a great feeling to have him backed up on the 1-yard line and with a comfortable lead. And a lot of people getting around the football.
Of course, that play led to the touchdown, too.
There's another tip pass by Dow Altman.
Have you ever seen as many tip passes in a game?
I think that there was some confusion on the part of Tech's quarterbacks with the different coverages and mixing them up in the rushes. And here's a fine play by Mike Edwards. Mike actually slipped when he made his cut there and got up off the ground and caught the football. Randy Campbell's throwing back again to Tommy Carroll. Tommy makes a nice little move, picks up a couple of extra yards. Here's another pass to Mike Edwards down on the goal line. Mike catches it right off the top of the grass and slides down to the 1. As Greg Pratt taking it to the inch line, and he's going to score the next play.
Just kind of slip in there.
Behind the blocking of Jay Jacobs and Randy Stokes, a freshman for Tallahassee, Alabama.
How about that?
But I tell you, our freshmen are just, I probably said too much about them already, but here's something that started out to be a sweep, and then Levette reverses his field, and Jim Bone makes a nice play to stop it for a 5 or 6 yard gain. Here you can see pressure on the quarterback again. They throw a little screen, and Dow Altman comes off of a pass rush and makes a play on the screen. And I think Dow played extremely well yesterday. Bob Harris had a big day on defense, making a lot of tackles. There's Dennis Collier. Bob intercepted 2 passes. Chris Martin, I know, had some big plays in the ballgame at linebacker.
4th down play coming now.
There's a big play. There's Greg Carr and Bob Harris again, and ones that are not there trying to get there. Here's a
4th and 7.
Blitz here. There's Dow Altman's the first one now, then Chris Martin and Scott Riley all combined to sack a quarterback on a 4th down play and gave us the ball out close to midfield.
Mike Mann.
The score is 24-0 now. We're trying to play as many of the young ones as we can to give them game experience. And of course, Mike hadn't played a great deal and wanted to get him in. And I didn't want to put him in. That's the worst thing in the ball game right there yesterday. And I think Willie Howell just assumed that they were going to be in a return and just kind of brushed his guy and didn't get down the middle of him like we tried to. There's Jeff Jackson and Greg Carr again on the tackle.
But the defense bails them out again.
There's
great
Greg Carr and Bob Harris again. You can see the quarterback here is David King on his fine interception, and that gave David 5 on the year, and we like for him to throw it in David's area. Here's a fine run by Ron O'Neal. This looks like the Ron O'Neal that first 3 ball games last year running, because I guess that's the most running room that Ron has had, that people have been taking our fullback away from us, and that play is hard to get a straight shot at Lionel. That's the last play of the game, I guess, for us offensively. We're getting down to the end of it, and Tech gets the ball another time or two, but don't move it much, and it's a big win for us. And
big win.
One that, Phil, I hope that, I hope that we've matured enough to where going on the road is not going to hurt us. But I tell you, it's been a blessing to have all of the young people that we've been playing in the warm, friendly confines of Jordan House Stadium, and I think that's meant a great deal to us. And I'm not. I know that the toughest part of our schedule is in front of us. I think that we've made a lot of improvement, and if we can, we have not been a healthy football team all year long, and of course a lot of other football teams the same way. So we'll just have to hope that we can get the ones well that will get well and play with what we got.
We'll be back in just a minute.
This is the
Very strange thing. Auburn's fixing to go on the road and play Mississippi State, a team that's lost 4 now. That's would you rather they won down in Miami?
Well, I don't have any control over that, and I really don't worry about it. I do know that going into last week's game against Miami, Mississippi State was leading the conference in total offense, and They're a great offensive football team. They have maybe the best offensive line in the conference. They have them all back here, all seniors. Barnes is a great option quarterback. They got size, strength, speed, and everything you look for. Defensively, they're a good football team. They were ranked 4th in the conference defense going into last week.
And it'll be a tough road game for Auburn, one that they need to win to stay unbeaten in the conference. We'll see.
Auburn scored 21 fourth-quarter points to spoil Mississippi State's homecoming. The Tigers were trailing 17-14 when this punt ricochets off a state player in Bulldog territory. Greg Tutt recovers, setting up the go-ahead score. Bo Jackson just in late in the third, races around left end for this 3-yard touchdown on the first play of the fourth quarter, and Auburn had the lead 21-17. The Tigers then drove 79 yards to put it away. Little Lionel James darting up the middle, breaks several tackles, then races 32 yards to the Bulldog end zone. That put the Tigers up 28-17. After an interception, one of 7 turnovers for State on the day, Randy Campbell caps the scoring with a 4-yard run. Auburn beats State 35-17 to go 6-1 on the year and remain unbeaten in the SEC after 3 games. Next week, it's on to Gainesville to meet Florida. More on the Mississippi State game on the Auburn Football Review, which immediately follows the 10 o'clock report. It leaves them in a virtual tie at the top, a half game behind Georgia. The Bulldogs went to 4-0 in the conference with a come-from-behind win last night over Kentucky.
Things. They went on the road, played errorless, and they came from behind. You must be very proud.
Well, I was certainly pleased with the win, and one that we had to have to keep our bowl hopes alive and a chance to win the conference championship. And I thought our football team grew up a little yesterday. I think it's always good to be able to go into a new place to play and a unfriendly crowd and get behind and come from behind, and we did those things yesterday. And Mississippi State is a very dangerous football team. They've got explosive offense, and we knew that they were capable of scoring some points. We knew they were capable of big play, and they did both of them yesterday. I thought that our offense got stronger as the game went on, and certainly there was some great performances by some of our people yesterday. I thought Lionel James had a great day, of course, and Randy Campbell might have had his best day. So Bo Jackson came in at the end of the ball game and in the fourth quarter there, and I thought gave our team a little lift, and I thought maybe it might have affected Mississippi State a little bit. But it was a big win for us, and one that when you win and feel each one of them gets bigger and bigger, and it was the biggest one of the year for us yesterday, and of course this one coming up is the biggest one for us right now.
That's right. When you put yourself in that position, as you can imagine, it was a jubilant dressing room after the game, and let's go in there and see what some of the guys had to say.
No turnovers today. That's our main goal. We just went out there today thinking about the same things we always do, try not to turn the ball over. We feel like if we don't turn it over at all, we can't lose.
How'd you feel on the road down 17-14, Tommy?
Well, I think it was, we were kind of a little discouraged at the moment. All these people that were there were making all this kind of noise, but we knew we could move the ball on offense, and that's all we need to do is have the ball a little bit more and get it down the line.
Is this your first touchdown?
Yes.
How'd it feel?
It feel great. I've been looking for that all year.
What did you think when they told you to go in the game?
Well, and I knew that I could run on it, but I didn't know how far that I could push it or, how fast that I could run. But everything turned out all right.
We think turning the ball over plays a big point in our offense, We think we don't turn the ball over, we got a possible chance of winning.
Did you feel any different when Jackson went in the game?
Well, he's always an uplift for us because, he's always capable of a big play. Whenever he touches the ball, he's capable of a big play. So, yeah, I guess it was.
that's what they hurt us on was the big plays. They didn't really have no long drives on us, and we knew that. We knew that the only way it's going to really hurt us on was on the big ones.
We gave them those 2 big plays, and, that hurt us. But our offense showed class, and they stuck the ball in there.
On the 2 big fumble recoveries, you waited a long time for everybody to get off of you so you could get up with your ball, right?
Yes, sir.
This guy ran out of the pile, and nobody knew he had the ball when he got on the sideline. Did you know that?
Yes, sir. Well, I saw the ball come from off another one of the players, and I jumped on, and I knew I had it, so I got up. I was so excited. I just wanted my team to know we had it.
You know they were looking for it back there?
Yeah, they told me about that, but I didn't know it.
Question marks yesterday. You had a lot of rookies that you were going to have to use on the road first time, a windy day, a flat field, kind of slicky that you're not accustomed to.
Well, it was certainly a different feel, and because I tell our players, we got to play. If we play in the parking lot, it doesn't make any difference. Everybody's playing on the same conditions. It was good for our football team, though. It was a situation where we were. We've got ourselves in a position now to where we can kind of control our own destiny. And we're I don't know how good a football team we are. I don't think that we're a great team yet, and I don't know if we can be a great team or not, but I think we can be good enough to play with anybody we got on the schedule. Fine play right there by Jim Bone. I thought that yesterday this was a big factor in the game. They have an outstanding play on the first play from scrimmage right here. Edwards, a big pullback, goes 35 yards on a misdirection play, just as a handoff, and they did a good job of blocking us. And here's a fine play right there by Scott Riley. And our folks are playing hard. Here's a big play in the ball game right here. They had a little on the first drive, they pitch it out on the ground, and Doug Smith comes up with the fumble. Doug had 3 big plays in the game. I know he recovered 2 fumbles and tipped a pass that was intercepted. We take it and make a couple of first downs here, or maybe 1 first down, and then they stop us, and we punt, and, we were kind of feeling each other out here. They were trying to see what they were going to do, how they were going to defend the option. They were trying to see how we were going to defend the option, and I tell you, they are a scary football team offensively. I'm glad we don't have to play them again. It's a fine play by Quincy Williams and Vernon Blackard, and
they have more size and speed in their backfield than most teams.
Well, Bond has got terrific speed. He doesn't look like he's running that fast. Fine play by Jeff Jackson and Tim Drinkard and Vernon Blackard and Chris Martin and Greg Carr. I think Chris Martin might have played his best game yesterday, and I'm certainly glad to see him getting over that eye injury and playing well. That's a fine play by Bob Harris. A little misdirection bootleg, and he threw it out in the flat, and Bob came up and made a hit. And
they have to punt.
They have to punt. We get it back, and Lionel, I guess, had his biggest day ever at Auburn yesterday. Here's the key play right here. Randy Campbell picks up a first down on 3rd and about 2 or 3. Come back, and this is the first real big play of the ball game. Chris Wood runs a post route, and Randy hit him right on that number 1. Chris, I'm going to recommend that you wait till you get in the end zone to hold that football up. I have seen that happen right there and drop the ball. And we certainly don't want that to happen. Our cheerleaders are there and the Auburn fans and did a great job.
That's Chris and Randy Campbell.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little cool, but here's their first big play of the game. They come right back after we score, and it doesn't take them long to go 87 yards for a touchdown. And that guy is some kind of athlete and fast. And he's so long-legged, he doesn't look like he's running as fast as he is.
Later on in this quarter, he got...
That was a key 3rd down play right there. Randy hits Mike Edwards on a stop route, and Mike turns upfield and picks up the first down. We throw a little... Actually, that was a throwback and not a screen pass, but Randy hits Tim Jesse on the sidelines. We have to punt again, and this is a nice punt into the wind, and Lewis Colbert did a fine job yesterday kicking the football, and our coverage was good again. We got a couple of big plays off the punting game with turnovers. That kicker was erratic, and there's another fumble, and Doug Smith picks that one up. Doug, you can't run with a fumble. You better off to just fall on it and save that energy and be sure that you get it. Sometimes you can't always steal it when you reach down and pick it up.
This young man had him a day.
That's Tim Jesse, of course, running the football there, and you're going to see him make a great run for a touchdown here in just a second. Actually, that was a third down play. We got 4th and 2 and run a little old water bucket play here for the first down and keeps our drive alive. Here's a play that I'm talking about. Tim Jesse breaks a tackle, that breaks another one there, and then drags a couple of them into the end zone.
Misdirection play there was very good to you yesterday.
Good blocking by David Jordan right there, and Ed West and Jay Jacobs. Get it in the end zone, that puts it at 14-7, and something happened right here that we certainly don't like to happen. Here's a pass interception that gave us the ball back, and we couldn't move it or didn't move it, and had to give the ball up again. Nice play by Lionel. This play called back.
It was a holding penalty.
Holding penalty there, and I believe this is a holding penalty right there.
Yeah, right.
They got called Pat Arrington for holding that linebacker. I couldn't see it, but I imagine he was if the official called it. The wind was a factor in the game yesterday, and we kicked off and received in the third quarter. Here's a fine play by Parrington, a backup quarterback. Scott Riley had him, and Altman actually knocked him loose from the tackle, and they're going to take this one down and kick a field goal. We're trying to come on a rush or pass, and they read it and hand it off, and big play. Chris Martin knocks that one down.
Then they came in and kicked a long field goal.
I believe it would have been good from 70 yards.
I believe it would have been. 51-yarder by Dana Moore, and so they get a little lift just before the half, make it 14-10. That usually is a bad thing to happen to a team on the road, Pat.
Well, the thing that you don't like to give up anything right before the half, and if at all possible, you like to get something before the half so you can go in with momentum, and it's real important in the way the game is played. But they got down and kicked the field goal, and so they got a chance to go in with momentum at the halftime.
All right, we'll be back in just a minute after this word. Today is on the Auburn School of Pharmacy. They've been graduating students for the past 90 years, but they've recently inaugurated a new doctorate degree program, as you'll see in this report prepared by the school's Department of Instructional Resources.
Most people think of a pharmacist as someone they see behind the prescription counter.
Scoring the field goal just before the half gave State an opportunity to go ahead if they could score a touchdown on their early possessions of the third quarter and get a lead on the home ground, which was very important, and it concerned a lot of folks, didn't it?
The thing that concerned me the most is that we didn't make a first down our first possession back on the field, and you need to come back out and establish if you're going to be a superior football team, you need to get that established as quick as possible, and we didn't do that. We didn't make a first down. We had to punt to them, and they ended up coming back and getting a touchdown.
Let's get into the tape, and we'll take a look, and you'll see that they break two big plays on the day, take those two away, and they don't have much of an offense. But that's been the character of State all year, hasn't it, the big play?
Well, they've made a big play on offense, and they've also turned the football over some, and they did both yesterday.
This is their second possession, the first possession, excuse me.
I think that just looking at the film, I haven't talked to the coaches about the grades on the film yet, but just looking at the film, I believe we have a roughing the kicker penalty here,
right?
And we try to block a punt, and I don't know how smart that is when you got a lead in the ball game already and take that kind of chance and keep the drive alive. We need to come back and establish something and not give them that chance. But they take it down, they're going to fumble the ball. I guess right here. You can see it pop out of Barnes' hand, and Quincy Williams just goes down in there and gets it. And I hope that our defensive team is going to start taking more pride in creating the turnovers and coming up with the turnovers, because our offense is certainly taking a lot of pride in not turning the football over. And, the average football fan doesn't realize how much that means to the outcome of a game.
Right.
There's another fine punt by Lewis Colbert into the wind.
He really kicked those in the wind.
That guy scares you to death every time he touches it, and you're going to see him right here what kind of athlete he is. He just caught that little slant pass and split the seam, and we had a missed tackle, and I don't guess anybody was in 15 yards of him when they went across the goal line. Here we come back and try to fool them a little bit, and It will work good if it works, but it looks good if it works. But
Bo Jackson is into the game. This is a third and 15 play.
The sure way. I'm not sure how good our spot was on that play right there. It looked like he hit on the 30-yard line, but they have a unfortunate thing that happened. The ball came down, hit one of that guys on the headgear, and Greg Tutt comes up with it right here. See Greg come out of it, and the officials are still digging in the pile there to try to find it. And I'm telling them to go back and give it to them, let them know who's got it.
That would have been embarrassing if they'd given it to State there with Greg standing with it over there.
We come up, that was the first third and a fourth and two, a fourth and one situation, I guess. And Randy comes back and hits Mike Edwards for about 9 yards. And here's one to Clayton Buford. We're getting it down close now. We're just kind of pecking away at them.
Fourth quarter now.
Goes in and Randy reads and pitches to Bo. Bo juggled the ball a little bit right there and finally got it under control and got it in there. You don't want to get in a foot race with that guy right there. That's for sure. This is a gang tackling on Bond, and that's the key to them. You can see they're doing a good job of blocking and running the offense. And you know the way the offense is designed. A great play right there by Chris Martin. That was a key play in the football game for us. Right. 3rd and 1. He stopped him for no gain. We get the ball back, and now we got a chance to make something happen with it. That's Randy Campbell picking up key yardage, and you know, those 4 or 5 yard run may not be too pretty, but they sure are effective. Here's a fine run by Bo, breaks 2 or 3 tacklers, and just came within an eyelash of breaking out of there then.
And here comes on another one right behind it. This is when
his little toss sweep, and good block by O'Neal and Ed West. I think that both of those runs were right at 20 yards. Here's a fine play by Randy Campbell. We had a pass called and came out, and the pass was, the receiver was covered, and he went ahead and pitched the ball on the option, and it was perfect execution. See Bo downfield in front of Lionel blocking. Lionel makes about 3 or 4, missing one right there, 1 there, 2 there.
And that guy
just gets it in the end zone.
That was a great run. Lionel James had 138 yards on the day.
This is
great back right there.
Pitching to Haddocks, and we did a good job of controlling Haddocks yesterday. He is a great back. There's no question about it. They hand the ball back on the reverse and have a little arm tackling right there. Bob Harris makes a fine hit on the play. That guy hit our guy in the head with the ball.
Tipped by Doug Smith.
Tipped by Doug Smith, intercepted by Quincy Williams. And that was another big turnover in the ball game. And that's exciting to the defense. And here's a fine run by Randy Campbell for 4 or 5 yards. Hands it to Lionel. We put that play in, and I didn't much like it. I tell you, I don't like to change a lot, but Coach Crow and Coach Casey convinced me that, you know, it would be a good play for us. And as Randy Campbell running on the outside veer option, kept the football, and here's a great run by Lionel. There's another missed tackle or making a miss, and as Randy Campbell gets his knockdown, he was talking to Coach Casey about how many bonus points that knockdown would be for him. And here's Randy running over from the 5 yards out.
And that is the put-away touchdown. One more big play for the defense. You had 7 big plays on the day.
Good pressure right here by Jim Bone and Dennis Collier, and under the pressure, the quarterback threw the ball back. David King comes up with his 6th interception of the year. And it's all over but the shouting now.
Great road win for Auburn. Their 6th win of the year against a single loss, and the important thing is that it is an unbeaten record in the conference. 3 wins, no losses in the SEC race. We'll be back in just a minute. The leading statistic in the game, Pat, was the total offense of both teams. 445 for Auburn, 434 for State. Those turnovers and holding on to the football were...
Well, we had the ball 9 more minutes than State did in the game, and I think that it makes a big difference as far as keeping that defense on the field, and I don't think there's any question in the 4th quarter that defense was tired, and that's the reason we had the long runs that we had.
And a fresh Bo Jackson.
Well, Bo had, you know, he was fresh, but Lionel had 2 long runs in the 4th quarter, too, and he'd been out there all day long. You know, I hope that our football team will grow some from this game and gain some confidence. And we're not close to being as good a football team as we can be. I don't know how good we can be, really, because we haven't had all of our people healthy all year long at one time. I do know that we've got to be better than we were yesterday, this coming week, to beat Florida. We had too many penalties in the game yesterday, and just some things defensively that, you know, that we can't have happen. We had some missed tackles, and they broke a long plays against us. This football team, you know, should, with the proper leadership and the proper coaching and the things that a good football team's supposed to do, should get better each week because of the youth and just the young people on the team. I think Randy's gaining more confidence every time out. You know, people don't realize how many first-year players that we're playing with. Randy, for instance, is a first-year player, even though he's a, you know, 4th-year junior. And we're getting some good leadership, I think, now. And of course, our team is going to have to grow closer together because we're going into a football game this week that, you know, we can't make mistakes, and we've got to get every ounce out of our ability that we got to have a chance to win against a fresh Florida team that will be ready to play, and they'll be well prepared.
That's so true. Florida with the week off, and it's another road game for Auburn in Gainesville next week. We'll have the replay of Auburn, Florida here for you next Sunday. Join us then.
The Auburn football...
Looked like you fought them the second half. But you can't play that kind of team for 30 minutes. You got to play up to 60. The things we talk about, the difference between winning and losing, turnovers, mistakes, touchdown callback, have an opportunity to recover a fumble. Just little things. Little things make a difference. What happened today is not going to make the rest of the season any easier. In fact, it's going to make it a hell of a lot tougher. A lot more difficult. But you still got a chance. You still got a chance. You still got a chance to be champions. Got a chance to go to a bowl game, and you can kind of make it one of your choice, depending on what you do. Next week, coaches, players, seniors, leadership, be the biggest challenge we've had all year long to get ready to play Rutgers on homecoming. We'll have to beat Rutgers. We'll have to have the best coaching job that we've had all year long. We'll have to have the most senior leadership we've had all year long to get ready to play because of the nature of the game.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Well, we made it tough on ourselves, Phil. We didn't play like we played this year. I know the players disappointed in the way they played. I was certainly disappointed in the way we played. It's my responsibility to get them ready to play every week, and you know, I guess we haven't been in that position enough to realize what we had at stake. And because, you know, in a game like that, with Florida coming off of an open date and a lot of time to prepare, and us being in the physical condition we were going into the game, you know, every guy that hits that field's got to play one of those fight for your life kind of games and effort, and we didn't have that. I was very disappointed, particularly the first half. We just came out. I don't think we were intimidated. I don't think the playing at Gainesville had anything to do with it. I just think we weren't ready to play. Came back the second half, I thought, and played harder, and had a chance to win the football game, and really didn't deserve to win, though, because Florida had a good plan. They played hard. They did the things they had to do to win. You know, I think that the difference in the game probably boiled down to you know, playing at home, playing on the road. But still, you know, I don't think that we did what we had to do to win a football game like that. And I just hope we can learn from it for the future. And if we can, then you know, maybe it'll be worthwhile. I certainly hope if we have that opportunity in the future that we don't let it pass us by.
Okay, we'll go into the post-game dressing room and talk to some of the offensive linemen.
No, they weren't as physical as Nebraska. They were a lot faster. They got to the ball a lot better, and we came out in the first half, started playing their game, and didn't put any points on the board, as many as we should have, but that's a tribute to their defense.
Just hate to lose one like that. It's a rough way to go.
Needed that touchdown down there when you had the good drive.
Yes, sir. We needed it when we kicked that field goal. We went out there knowing that we needed one more touchdown to win it.
How'd you feel, Guy, when that ball went over that goal post and you knew they'd kick that field goal?
Sick. That's all I can say. It's just sick. I know that's how they felt last year when they missed it. They was quick, and they had a great offensive line, and you know we couldn't hardly get to the outside that we supposed to because they was bringing too many linemen outside, and you know you hardly had no help. So we were cutting back and moving around, and you know they did what they had to do to win, and we just had a bad day today. We didn't play ball for 60 minutes. I think we came back and played all right in the second half. But that kind of team, you have to play full speed for 4 quarters, and I don't think we did that today. And I think we'll find out today what kind of class we have coming back these next 3 ball games.
I feel like Nebraska was the toughest. They had a little more finesse than more of the teams that we played. But it was pretty tough. It was pretty tough.
I don't feel that the field goal was the one that decided the football game. We played ball the last 30 minutes of the football game, but we didn't execute like we should have the first half of the football game. And I feel that that made a big difference.
Whether you're Florida Field, Gainesville, record crowd, both sides with orange and blue. That's a lot of color in that game, Phil.
Well, you know, you kind of got the story from the players there, and I talked after the ball game that it was a game that could have meant an awful lot to our football season, and it meant a lot to Florida. They played hard throughout the football game. There's not any question about that. I'd say Florida probably has got as much talent as anybody in the Southeastern Conference.
That guy right there certainly has played.
James Jones is probably one of the premier football players in the conference. He is big and strong and fast and is competitive and plays hard and just does it all. And Wayne Peace is a great quarterback for him and did a great job for him yesterday.
This is play in the second quarter now when they scored.
This is a little thing right here that we talked about. You know, should have let that one go on out of bounds, and instead we got the ball back up on our 3-yard line. Do a good job getting the ball off of the goal line, however, and then turn it over to them.
Randy took a lot of punishment running the ball off. They are a physical team.
Well, they are. But we knew that. Here's a play right here that hurt us in the game. It's just a holding penalty, and really didn't have to hold the guy. It's just you know, he wasn't going to get to the quarterback anyway. But that's discipline, and that's things that you try to guard against and coach against, and it's things that cost the football game. As Curry on the return, and we didn't have quite as good a coverage yesterday on the punt returns as we've had in the past. Get a little pressure on Peace here, and Ben Thomas runs him out of the pocket, and he throws it out of bounds.
Defense was under a lot of pressure through this point to keep the game within reach.
We wasn't making any first downs. We had the ball, I think Coach Pro told me yesterday, 6 times. without making a first down, and when you do that, the defense is just continuously going back on the field. Here's the first turnover of the ball game right here, off the belly play, and I think Bo was a little wide, and Randy laid the ball on his hip, didn't get it all the way up in there, and just a matter of execution, which is, you know, that's practice and preparation. I think here's probably the best thing in the ball game for the football team and for the defense is we held them right here. They got it down to the 3-yard line, 1st and goal. In the first play, they get no gain. They come back with no gain. They try to throw a pass here. It's completed out of bounds. Well, it's incomplete, really. And then they're forced to kick a field goal after they get it down there. And it's 10-0 football game, and we come back and have a good drive here and take it down and score. And I feel like at a half, knowing that we're not playing intense football, that if we're only 3 points behind, if we come back and play like we're capable of playing, we're going to have a chance to win the football game. Of course, that's what we do the second half, but this is a touchdown drive here, and this is a nice play to Randy. From Randy to Bo Jackson, they get 15-yard penalty there and get another 15-yard penalty for hitting downfield after that play is over. Take it down, and Randy hits Mike Edwards on a touchdown, about 11-yard touchdown pass, and we're back in the game 10-7. I think it was about 30 seconds left in the half, and like I said, we're 3 points behind and really haven't played as well as, I know we're capable of playing.
So that was the unfortunate thing about it, not having played well, still in the ball game, but you should have been ahead probably if you played well.
Well, that's right. I just feel like that as much as Florida helped us yesterday with penalties and, on their part, that if we were to go out and just execute and run a little harder and block a little harder and get down the middle of them tackling, and then, we're going to win a football game, regardless whether it's at Florida or Gainesville or where. So, but we didn't, and it's history, and I just hope that, and I think you can look at the players' interviews after the ball game. If they got the kind of class I think they got, and they do, then they'll be ready to play Saturday against Rutgers, and we better be.
We'll get into that exciting second half after this. Events we'd like to call to your attention. The Auburn junior varsity team will play Marion Institute this coming Friday night in Marion, Alabama. The kickoff is at 7 p.m. And on Monday night, the Auburn basketball team will hold an intra-squad game in Montgomery at the AUM gym, at the Auburn University Montgomery gym. Monday night it starts at 7 o'clock. There was an interesting thing, Pat, happened just before the half. The double foul on Florida really got the crowd incensed, and it was to the credit of the Auburn team to go on in and punch it on in for the score after that with all that crowd noise.
Well, I don't think our kids were intimidated by the crowd. I didn't even hear the crowd, to be honest with you, and it wasn't near as noisy as I had heard that it would be. But, Florida had gotten a lot of penalties prior to our football game, and they got penalized over 100 yards yesterday.
They play an intimidating style of a football.
Well, it's, they're an aggressive football team, and sometimes they, let it carry over after the play is over with. But they helped us yesterday. If they hadn't, then, I think they might have beat us worse. But, the game is won and lost on mistakes and execution and playing hard, and those things we just didn't have yesterday, and you can see in the game the things, when you're playing with that great intensity, things just fall your way, and of course when you're playing away from home, I think that maybe you have to play a little better than normal we come out and have a nice drive right here the first time we have the ball the second half. Randy broke outside there instead of back inside. Bo was coming on the corner, and I believe he could have got that pitch. Here's the first big turnover of the second half, and I think Bo saw too much grass out there in front of him. We fixing to be off to the races there.
Right.
But the defense does a great job in coming in here and stopping them, and they don't make a first down here and have to punt the football. Nice play right there by Greg Carr and Chris Martin on a draw. Quincy Williams made a lot of plays yesterday. Quincy sacks Peace, and like I said, they have to punt the football.
Well, that was close.
And here's a turning point of the game for us. Lionel James takes a punt, brings it back 63 yards. Good blocking, great block right there by Dow Altman. He turns back against the grain right here. Good block from Tim Drinkard. And they run him out of bounds in the 22-yard line.
Chris Martin gets one on this play, too, right over in the corner.
Chris does a great job of keeping clipping this guy and kind of just shields him right here. As a matter of fact, he shields 3 of them, and Lionel just coming right down that sideline. Good job by Tim Drinkard right here, turning back and getting the punter. Made a good decision. I think if Lionel hadn't run all the way across the field to get started on that, he probably would have had a little more left and outrun that guy to the end zone.
Probably ran 110 yards.
But it put us on the 22-yard line, and we come back and take this one in. Bo Jackson for 3 yards, Ron O'Neill for 7 or 8, and a first down to the 6.
Ron had some big runs, tough runs.
There's a touchdown play right here. Counter option pitching to Bo. He takes it in from 6, 7 yards out.
Lionel gets a block.
That makes those fans awful quiet down there. But they're a strong offensive football team. That's freshman John L. Williams, and he's a great young back. I think the Southeastern Conference is blessed. It's a great play right here by Jeff Jackson and Ben Thomas and Greg Carr on a 3rd and short situation. They throw him for about a 4-yard loss. That kicking game was real effective yesterday. We probably should have tried to field that one, and it rolls dead on the 4-yard line. And here we are backed up, and we don't get it off the goal line, which is not good. We miss a block there, and don't get any movement there. And Florida's strong. They're big and they're strong. Their defensive front average is about 270, 275. And
Murray.
More missed tackles on punch yesterday than we've had. They get it back, and they're going to take this one in for a field goal. Peace is throwing to, is that Jackson or Dixon?
It's Dixon.
We have a little pressure here. And at home, that might have been called grounding, but down there, he had one in the vicinity. He did a great job with the sweep yesterday, and we should have made an adjustment on the thing. We were coming with the blitz a lot and had bringing our tackle and our end inside, and we should have gone to a lead scheme with the tackle and end where we could have gotten more pursuit out there on the sweep. Fine play right there on the sweep. They juggle it, and we do get on him. There's a little pressure by Scott Riley.
It's a 3rd down play
to Hampton, and Bob Harris knocks him out of bounds along with Greg Carr. They kick a field goal and close to within 1 point at 14-13. And I think it was a exciting football game for the fans.
It was
close all the way, and of course we felt like it was going to be that way. It's Randy throwing to Chris Woods, nice catch. Picks up a first down coming off a goal line. Again, goes back to concentration, movement on the offensive line. We had a 3rd and short situation, puts us in 3rd and 10. We throw a screen pass, don't make it, and have to punt.
Peace is a great thrower with time.
Well, this stood back there too long. There was a crossing route, and the tight end got over there to the sideline, just bending up the boundary. Fine play by Dow Altman, and actually, this is another turnover right here that at home that's a judgment call. It was close, but we do come right back and get it. Great play by Dennis Collier, and tips the ball, knocks him loose from it, and Bob Harris comes up with the interception. We're going to take this one in for the field goal now. Randy throwing to Chris Woods and running a draw here to Lionel. Lionel makes a nice run. There's another late hit in the flag.
They had 107 yards of penalties.
Fine play by, again, Chris Woods and Randy. We could have gotten this one in the end zone right here. Would have been a big factor in the ball game. But they do what they have to do to stop us. It's 4th and 2, and we kick the field goal and go up 17-13. We're still in pretty good position, Phil, because it takes a touchdown or 2 field goals to beat us, and our defense is, even though we'd been bending, we hadn't broke. Fine play by Chris Martin.
So third and long here.
Third and long, and again he's got too much time to throw, and it's Dixon again.
First and 10 at the 16.
Peace has got a lot of poise and does a great job. Fine play by Ronnie Ballou.
2nd and 6, nothing. 3rd and 6 coming.
Dennis Collier, we had the safety blitz on in. 2nd and 6. This is one of the big plays in the ball game right here. Dow Altman, you can see, put his hat right on that football, and it's rolling out there on the turf, and Doug Smith fell on it and it squirted out from under him, and Chris Martin of Jeff Jackson won. I couldn't tell which one it was. Hit it with his knee and went upfield 3 or 4 yards out of bounds.
That ball bounces on the turf, didn't it?
So they get it, and it's close within 16 to 17. Here's the key play of the ball game. And, again, this is a judgment thing. I don't think Lionel will lie about it. He said, Coach, both of us had it, and he said it was a judgment call. And I wish they would dig down in there and find out who else is going to come up with it before they start signaling, because I don't see they're not even looking at the ground. They're watching those Florida players. But that's the game. They take it down. Of course, we still got a chance here to keep them from getting in field goal range, and a no gain on the sweep and a slant pass and a good hit and a 10-yard gain, and they got the ball at the 35, got the ball at the 31. As Jones again, and he's a big, strong running back. He gets the ball down to the 25-yard line, and here we have a nice play on a 3rd and short. They don't make it. They've got to kick a field goal. Last year it barely missed. This year it was barely in.
About the same distance, one way or the other.
Difference. 2-point game both years. Florida's got a great football team talent-wise. Phil, I don't think there's any question. You don't beat Miami and Southern Cal back-to-back and without having great players, and they did that early in the year. And I don't know whether they can beat Georgia or not, but I'd say that Florida certainly got as good a people as Georgia's got, and it should be a great football game.
We'll be back in just a minute. Next week, 5-3 Rutgers, pretty good team. Tickets available. See you at homecoming, and then we'll play it back on Sunday.
I think you made it through a difficult week and a difficult game. We did what we had to do to win. The offense didn't turn the football over for 5th time again this year. All of you folks have got nicks and bruises and sprains and whatever. Get with Hub, get your treatment, get well. Get ready. We got a mighty big week in front of us next week. And let's just be sure that we're at our very best when best is needed next week. Fine win for you. Happy homecoming. And conduct yourselves like gentlemen. Show the same class off the field you show on the field. Tell all you mamas and daddies that I love them. And see you in the morning at 8 o'clock.
welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Yesterday, Pat Dye got himself a birthday present and maybe a 12th game with a 30-7 win over Rutgers.
Well, we got too much to worry about this week with Georgia coming up, and we do a bowl game right now. And I was mighty happy for our players yesterday. I thought we came through a very difficult week with coming off a loss to Florida. It was an emotional loss. It's always tougher to come off of one that where you get beat right at the end like that, I believe, than you do one like a Nebraska game. But I thought we had good leadership last week, and we had good practices. Saturday, I thought that, I know that there was a lack of emotions on the part of our football team that you like to see, but it was kind of a methodical win for us defensively. I thought we played very well, particularly in the first half. He got a couple of pass interference calls, one that was a bad call and one that was just poor play on our part that helped them get out of the hole a couple of times. But offensively, we were very inconsistent. We came with some big plays offensively, but nothing that, not the consistency that we'd like to have in our offense. I think that, we could have thrown the ball more than we did and had more success, but still we've got to get better running the football and get more consistency there and actually running our triple option offense, and then you combine it with the passing game, then you got an offense that can't anybody stop.
Okay, it was an interesting day, and we'll run it down for you, but right now, let's go into the Auburn dressing room.
Had a little trouble getting off the mark today.
Sure did, but we did what we had to do to win. Just glad we were able to get Rutgers in the win column. They're a tough team.
Well, it's always a big rivalry getting ready for Georgia, and it's a great game. But we're going to go out and prepare for them, get our nicks and bruises healed up. We look forward to the Dogs coming in town.
Yeah, the offense was, first quarter was a little slow getting started, but after the second quarter, they picked it on up, though. And, we was just glad to hold them out that first quarter and get our offense a chance to get warmed up.
So we missed old Doug today. He was over there clowning around on the sidelines. But he'll be back out there next week.
But right now, I think I'm pretty much learning the system. I still have some small things to learn, and it takes time, and I'm willing to wait.
Starting to make sense?
Yes, it is. It really is.
Yeah, I was pretty satisfied until them last, two that I kicked. I was trying to keep them hitting them hard, I wouldn't kick them into the end zone, and it just doesn't work that way.
Overall, I'm proud of this team. I'm proud to be part of the team. I think if we have another good week of practice like we had this past week, we can really get after them and have a good game.
How about Georgia? Georgia, we're going to get after them. We're going to practice hard this week and go after them.
The ball was overthrown. I just went up for the ball and got it.
Did you have some dreams of scoring?
Yeah, I saw goal line, but just ran out of gas over there on the sideline.
You got to work on your run back.
Yeah.
And then we tried to do some things to present with them with some problems, and they didn't bite the thing. They're pretty smart. I tell you, their defense is very versatile, and they kept us off balance a lot. And we came up with some big plays, but we weren't able to do anything consistent. They did a lot of things they haven't done before, and it worked out good for them. We didn't have a good offensive day, though.
They defensed you wide, and you really didn't hurt them inside.
That's right. They dared us to go inside, and then we just we couldn't go in there consistently, and had to rely on a big play to win the game, which is something you hope you don't get in a habit of doing. But the big plays, and particularly Lionel returning the punts, is what really gave us our points. We only had 11 first downs.
All these athletes have something in common.
The record homecoming crowd at Jordan-Hare, 58,000. You know that lady?
There's Miss Sue. She's something.
She goes through her emotions in that box up there.
She plays harder than anybody. Put up with me, she's got to be something. We started out, they made a couple of first downs on her in the ball game, but we kind of got on track to come up with a big play right here, fumble, and gave us football in the midfield. And offensively, we started off very slow. We just couldn't get it going. Bo does a great job of filling that picture and just reaches back with one hand and don't get the corner blocked and got a no-gainer. Lionel was outside, and you can see every time we get out there, they've got more than we have. Here's a pitch to Bo, and we don't get the backside linebacker blocks, and he makes a tackle for a 2 or 3 yard gain, and it was just that way all afternoon. We knew going into the game they had two really fine linebackers. field. This is a great play right here. Punt, and we work on it every day, and Chuck Clanton does a great job of getting the ball at the 2-yard line. And
kicking game was really good the first half.
well, it really had a lot to do with the number of points we scored in the ball game. I think we'd have won it maybe without it, but the number of points gave us good field position. And fine play by Ronnie Ballou, and come back and another one by Dennis Collier. And looked like Ronnie Ballou played well in the game yesterday, and Ronnie's a senior and just been a real fine football player for us for 2 years. His was one of the punt returners now. You can see our defensive football team takes a lot of pride. Good block by Ball for Harris to get him started. And Chris, you need to turn and block somebody.
Great hit there, another 15.
We take this one down and actually sets up the field goal. We got the ball at the, I guess, around the 20-yard line.
Tim Jesse, inside.
Tim, I don't know how bad Tim's hurt. He sprained his ankle yesterday, and they thought he might have had a cracked bone. I don't know whether he does or not, but I certainly hope it's not too serious because we sure need him. We go out front 3-0, come back and kick off to them, and fine play on the kickoff out here by Jim Bone.
Well, he just racked him up.
Jim's done a great job on the kicking game, covering punts and kickoffs for us, and just you got to have that intensity on the specialty teams. It's Quincy Williams getting pressure on the quarterback. He pulls it down and runs. Fine play by Greg Carr, stops him for a couple-yard gain and forces them to punt the football again. We come back on offense here, and again, you can see that, we're just not getting a lot of movement up front and not a lot of running room inside, but we do break out of here with this one. This is Bo Jackson on the sweep. He hits a little crease and turns it into a 53-yard gain.
114 yards for Bo yesterday.
For Bo, I knew he's had the best week of practice that he's had in probably 3 or 4 weeks, and I knew that he's ready to have this kind of game, and it's just, he's just getting back full feet from where he was hurt.
David Jordan up in the hole with a block on that play this morning.
We come down, we're going to take this one in and score. Randy comes back and hits Chris Wood. Chris Wood is really playing fine football for us, now, as is Mike Edwards. And Mike Edwards comes back with a great catch, and Randy threw this ball the only place he could throw it. It was a great throw and a great catch.
And a 3rd down and 8 play, too.
For the touchdown. Good protection on it. So we got a 10-0 lead going into the second quarter here now. And then there's Gerald Robertson, a big freshman from Notre Southern. I think Gerald got around the football a little bit yesterday. He's been hurt, and I hope he's going to be full speed. There's Gerald coming in, Bob Harris, Dow Altman, Ben Thomas. Here's our second touchdown drive of the first half. Mike Edwards makes a nice catch, and Randy on the throw hit him right in the numbers. Good protection on it.
Get his eye on that ball.
Well, Mike and Chris Wood. Mike, of course, is a senior, and Chris Wood both have been played extremely well. So here's a little draw play on 3rd and 5, I think, and both turns it into an 8 or 9 yard gain, and we're going to take this one on down and score.
This is a big first down run here at the goal line.
Randy, I think, picks up 6 yards on it. And that's all Randy wants to do, is just move the chains, make first downs, and let Bo and Lionel and Chris and Mike or whoever score the touchdown. Good block right there by Greg Pratt, and get it in touchdown and kick the extra point and go up 17-0 at halftime.
Okay, begin to get the feeling that the defense is just not going to let them do anything.
Well, now they were handicapped a little bit. Their starting quarterback didn't play, but the freshman who played a lot for them. And this is right before the half. We go into kind of a spread offense and move the ball down and actually get a chance to get a field goal out of it.
This is good practice too, isn't it, Coach? For some of those tough games.
This is the first time we've been in a 2-minute offense or whatever. Randy did a good job of it. We work on it every week, and we just really haven't had the opportunity to get in. As Randy throwing the line, Lionel does a good job of getting out of bounds.
Stop the clock just before the half, and then try the long field goal.
That was about 53 or 4 yards, and I think it might have been long enough if it had just been a little further to the right. So There's a group of folks right there that do a terrific job for our football team and for Auburn, and they are just a bright-eyed group of youngsters, those cheerleaders. They work hard, and they take a lot of pride in what they're doing, and they won several awards this summer with going to different cheerleader camps around the country, but they are a great bunch of kids and do a terrific job for our student body in the school.
They certainly do. We'll return in just a minute with homecoming activity. Homecoming at Auburn University yesterday. Let's take a look at the homecoming queen and court. She is Suzanne Lawrence of Birmingham, Alabama, being congratulated by Dr. Thunderbird. That's her father standing to her left. And
well, they all look pretty.
They are, aren't they? Boy, she's really pretty, Coach.
Well, they've got lots of them at, is that one of the...
That's Hank Hartsfield, the astronaut, the Auburn graduate. Connie Delaney, Barbie Wise, Cindy Bohm, and Laura Smith were members of the homecoming court.
There's no shortage of good-looking girls at Auburn, I can assure you that. And Sue says there's no shortage of good-looking men either.
Big week coming up next week, in addition, of course, to Georgia, which we'll talk about, but Coach Jordan will be inducted into the National Football Foundation Hall of Fame.
We're all excited about that, and I talked with Ms. Jordan last week, and she's excited about it, and it'll be a big day for us.
And there will be the reception for the Jordan family at the Auburn Athletic offices Friday afternoon for friends and public who wish to attend. Starts at 4:30 at the Auburn Athletic offices Friday afternoon. Lasts about an hour and a half. Let's move back into the action here, and the great Auburn band on the field.
Look
again.
how green our field is, Phil.
Great.
Yeah, Mr. Jumper and Paul Connor seeded it over in rye, and it was just absolutely gorgeous.
Well, that means we'll have a green field for Georgia, which is very unusual.
It means we'll have a green field for Georgia, and but they really had the field pretty. And it was a beautiful day for football, and the temperature, I guess, was about 65 degrees, and you can see a little breeze blowing the flag there in the background, and as Aubrey got his tux on, and
well, it's homecoming.
It was a fun day. You can see the expression on the people's faces, and the kids, and the old, and the young, and the middle-aged, and alike. That was a fine hit by Ronnie Ballou, and we come back in the second half here, and getting good pressure on the quarterback.
They're punting on their first series.
This is another good return by Lionel. Won't you look at Lionel's eyes? Is this one that you got the replay? You can see his eyes. He's looking back inside.
He's looking for trouble coming up on the left, isn't he?
See his eyes right here. He's looking back inside. Oh, goodness, he is something. I tell you what, our defensive football team gets excited when it gets time to punt, because they know that Lionel's back there and we got a chance to make something happen. And
they like that guy, too, don't they?
Oh, listen, everybody loves Lionel. Allendale Greco comes in and kicks the field goal. See, we got it down there in the 4-down zone. We just didn't get it again. And Ronnie Ballou and Chris Martin and Vernon Blackard, and there's Quincy Williams making a fine play. And Quincy has really played well in about the last 3 or 4 ball games. He's working hard on the practice field and just playing good. Here's a belly of the blast to Bo Jackson, and you can see they're a strong football team in physical, and we just had a tough time blocking their linebackers.
Short of the first, going the other way.
There's Pat Arrington, the offensive tackle, and we played a lot of people yesterday. Played a lot of freshmen. There's a fine hit by Jim Bone and Scott Riley and Gerald Williams. Ellis had the one that you were talking about earlier in the ball game. And Greg came to Auburn with his brother, wasn't it?
Right, with Johnny Tuck.
Johnny was supposed to be the superstar, and Greg is the one that's ended up staying and playing and contributing. That's the way it is a lot of times. Those that want to, the most normally the ones that stay and play. Just like that guy running the football right there, Randy Campbell.
He stayed, hasn't he?
I'm telling you. You don't have to worry about him, because he's been through all the wars and all the battles, and has withstood the test of time. And we'd like for him to be a little bigger and a little faster and a little better runner and maybe a little better passer and a little better all of this. But I'll tell you one thing, he's got all the character in the world you need. This is Pat Washington, and I was hoping that we could go ahead and put the game away a little earlier and play Pat more yesterday, but he comes in the first plays in the ball game. He throws the corner route and hits them right in the numbers, and come back and we didn't block that linebacker. That number 53 must have made 20 tackles yesterday.
That's one of the new
Makes a good decision. He on the option.
He's one of the twins on that team. One's a defensive end, one's a linebacker.
Pat does a good job of getting rid of the football, and we didn't block the outside defender over there on the screen, and as a young lady, she's got her shaking, having a good time.
That'll be Lionel's little sister, kind of.
They take a ball here. I believe this is the first time they go over the 50-yard line of the ball game.
Right there. That's right.
About the middle of the fourth quarter.
8:20 to go in the game is when they went into Auburn territory, first time.
And they take this one down to score. We've got, there's a lot of people getting around the football there, but I believe that the punishing blow on that was hit by Demetrius Cotter, the freshman linebacker from Birmingham. There's Demetrius missing a tackle, and you have to run through him, and there's another missed tackle. And not sure who came in at the end. And
that was a big play there to get the first.
Yeah, it was man coverage, and we didn't get enough pressure on him. If you're going to play man coverage, you got to get to the quarterback, and we didn't do that. And we actually caught us on a blitz there that. And this is Ron O'Neill filling the onside kick. And we get the ball out of midfield. And this is the first play of after they score. We come back, and Randy hits Chris Wood on the sideline. He makes a good move there, another good move here. Takes it, what, about 56 yards or something, 55?
57-yard touchdown.
57 yards.
Just outruns the defense.
Chris has had a long touchdown in each of the last three ball games. Had a long one against Mississippi State, and a long one against Florida callback, and that one yesterday. And I believe Chris is more confident and playing better than he has since he's been out. Trying to play by Gerald Williams again. Gerald has pass interference, and that was a poor play on our part because the ball was overthrown. We should have been going for the football instead of a man. Gerald is coming off of a strained knee, and I believe he's getting a little bit of his quickness back. They have to get the ball down the 1-yard line here and don't get it in. Fine play by Ben Thomas there.
They get back up with a 5-yard penalty by the reverse.
We have John Daly. John Daly's playing better. Chris Martin and Bob Harris, and a little pressure. You can see 3, 4 folks going for the football right there, and we actually hit each other, and I think it might have dazed Dennis Collier a little bit. But at the end of the football game, I believe we ran one more play and ran the clock out. As Coach Burns from Rutgers and got a class program and done a terrific job, and the kids played hard throughout.
They are beat up too.
Yeah, they had a lot. They had a lot of kids hurt. Everybody in the country is, I guess. I know we are.
We'll be back with the final word in just a moment. One-ranked team in the country, the conference title maybe on the line. Gee.
Well, it's as big as you can get them.
That's just about it. That's right.
I guess unless it was Alabama. But Georgia's, you know, to a lot of Auburn folks, I guess Georgia's just as big as Alabama. Because we have so many students at Auburn from Georgia. We have probably 45 players from the state of Georgia, and it's a big game for us. Georgia's has got, I think, you know, they're probably more physical and stronger than Nebraska, and they got the best football player in America in Herschel Walker, and the offensive line is awesome. They got great tight ends, and defensively they are a good, solid defensive football team that makes a lot of things happen. And the thing about the defense is they don't have to play too much because the offense has got the football all the time. They're a great ball control team, and they'll know more about us than anybody we've played because Coach Gibbs is there, and he knows our players, and he's done a great job for Auburn too. Their offensive line is I think improved tremendously since he's been over there.
It'll be a great game. Sorry if you don't have a ticket. There are none, but we'll have the playback next week.
Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Learn from today. We hope that the experience will have some deep roots with you. I hope it'll make us come back and work harder, and make us hungrier. Give us more determination than ever to win. I'm going to tell you something. You displayed as much class as has been displayed by Auburn football team since I've been here today.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Going next is Pastor Red Phillips. Good for
Auburn Football Review. Yesterday, it sold out Jordan-Hare Stadium in a game befitting the oldest rivalry in the South. Number 1, Georgia defeated Auburn 1914, but it was a magnificent game, Pat. Magnificent.
Well, it was a classic, and all the awards go to Georgia for winning that kind of football game. They had a lot at stake coming into the game, and they had a good game plan for us, and they did, they did what they had to do to win the football game, offensively and defensively. I don't think there's any question that our coaches did a great job with our game plan. The game went right down to the wire like we expected it would, and we just didn't get the ball in the end zone at the end. We had planned to score, go for 2, and have a 3-point lead where a field goal would only tie us. But Georgia came up with a couple of big plays at the end, and we just didn't get it in there.
There's 2 interesting things. Auburn held the ball 9 minutes more than Georgia did, and also outscored them in the fourth quarter on a team that has outscored its opponents 97-12 in the fourth quarter.
Well, when you're playing in a big game like that, Phil, and it's going to be close. You got to have a 60-minute plan, and that's what that's exactly what we had. And I've looked at the film and tape, and I haven't seen any kids playing and just not playing their hearts out. And had a lot of big plays in the game, and I'm just as proud to be the football coaches as I am if we'd have won. And they got a lot of class. We're still we're a young football team, although a lot of the young ones have played 10 games now. But it's not like having played 2 or 3 years. There's a lot of difference. You watch a ball game yesterday and watch Randy Campbell go out there, a little 170-pound guy that, just fought his heart out and laid his guts on the line every time the ball turned over offensively and defensively. A football team that has been beat up and crippled, and a lot of them playing hurt yesterday, and some of our best players not even out there. Battle a team like Georgia is big and strong and physical, and got the the number 1 player in America. Got to be proud to be associated with it.
Very special. And let's go into that post-game dressing room.
I know you feel bad, David, but do you really have any regrets at the way y'all went after him?
Not really. I think all of us laid our guts on the line for the game, and I don't think we should hold our head down about anything. I think our guys gave it everything they had. It's just a shame in a game like this somebody has to lose as hard as we played.
And I got to go back home, and more people might, they ain't no forget it, but we went out there, we gave them all we had.
You can go home with your head up, though.
That's right. They did not come in here, they didn't run over us. We made a couple mistakes, and I believe that cost us the game.
You couldn't stop him, but you held him.
Well, for the most part, we did, but, he broke loose on one long run, and he's just a great back. There's no way you can just totally shut him down.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel like the defense was getting confidence and getting stronger in the second half?
I think we were. I think we pulled together the second half. We were playing as a big family out there, just having fun.
Yeah. Well, after all, they are the number 1 team in the country. I guess we got to remember that.
Yeah. Going to the game, I don't think we were intimidated by anything. It just came down to a few plays a game, and they had more big plays than we had, so I guess that determined the win.
Yeah, we had came close. I don't think that we gave up.
No.
We kept coming.
No. We're very disappointed right now, but Georgia is the #1 team in the nation, and they played a great game today, and we finally feel like we played a game for 60 minutes, and we didn't really get any breaks, and they scored more points than we did. We gave 100% effort to play the best game we could possibly play as far as effort goes.
Has been playing Georgia since 1892. This has to go right in there with some of the great ones. Okay.
Well, you know, there was a lot of excitement in with the game yesterday, and I was very pleased with the preparation for the football game. You know, it was just a business-like week. Kids had good concentration. That was a fine play right there on short yardage. Bob Harris goes in and meets the two lead blockers, and Chris Martin gets right down the middle of Herschel, and he barely makes a first down. A big play for him. They have a 17-play drive here and drive it down to the 3-yard line and end up kicking a field goal. Great effort right here on the part of Quincy Williams. Fine play by David King coming off a wide out block out there. And here's a great play right there by James Wallace and Chris Martin. And of course, you're going to see throughout the film here that defensively, you know, they've got an outstanding offensive line. But you're going to see gang tackling and a lot of people scratching and biting to get to Herschel.
Late in the quarter now.
Here's Randy throwing to Ed West, picks up 7 or 8 yards.
Randy had his best day throwing football yesterday.
Here's a key possession pass to Chris Woods, and Chris and Ed West, and of course Mike Edwards, all three. Here's a fine run by Ron O'Neal, good blocking by the offensive line. Pat Arrington got a good block. Tracy Turner came off and got movement. Bishop Reeves scooped two technique there, and Tracy Turner blocked the backside linebacker, and only the safety there kept Ron from going all the way. I think it's a 17, 18-yard run. Maybe a 25-yard run. Here's a fine play by Randy. We're reading and executing the option. He keeps it outside for, I think, 10, 11 yards. We come right back and we throw it to Chris Woods. And Chris, I don't know, is it down around the 10-yard line there?
Right, down to the 9.
On the sweep to Bo to around I think about the 3-yard line. Right here, Randy fakes the sweep, keeps it on a naked reverse, and outruns that defensive end to the goal line. And he just got it in there on guts because that other guy was a lot faster than he is.
You'd hate for him to run him in a foot race.
Number 96 there runs about 4.6, I think, and Randy runs about a 4.9. But he got it in there, and we go out up on top.
That was a big point there, too.
Yeah, that guy's Hogue can jump like a gazelle, and we had planned to kind of pull you around in the middle there and try to get a little crease from him. This is a fine play by that fullback MacArthur. Hits up in there and stops and then rolls off outside and picks up a nice game for him. Yeah, this is mark of a good football team, Georgia. They come right back and score right after we go ahead. Fine play right here, great play, Jeff Jackson, and I think Bob Harris.
3rd and 4 here.
Tim Drinkard. This is a great play right there. We have a missed tackle, but I tell you, you have to be on the field with that guy right there to realize how good he is. You can't appreciate it looking at him on film, and
they use his talent so well, too.
And I tell you, Phil, you know, the guy plays is a tempo player. And I don't know what I mean by tempo, except that, you know, when they had to have it, he ran harder, and he's always seemed to have a little something extra.
He's got a knack for saving himself.
When they needed it.
Yeah.
Of course, he knows he's going to run the ball 40 times a game. There's a fine run coming off a football by the offensive line there, and run by Bo Jackson. And here's a play that would have made a difference in the ball game, and they get penetration on the backside over there, and get the head on the football, and we turn it over at the 40-yard line, and they end up getting a field goal here. Then you know, the 3 points didn't, you know, we lost by 5, but if we kick a field goal at the end, we win by 1. So you know, it was a big play in the game. It was a fine play by Bob Harris and Greg Carr, and
stopping them right here was big,
It was a good big play. Fine play right there by Ben Thomas. Coach Hall told me this morning he thought Ben Thomas might have played the finest football game that any defensive tackle has played since he's been at Auburn.
Butler hits the 50-yarder here. He's a great field goal kicker. He's now kicked 16 of 20 on the year. That's a phenomenal record.
He is I don't know how you rate the kickers in the country, but he's got to be one of the top ones. We have a nice drive right here, and I almost touchdown at the end. We have a situation that go for it on 4th and 1. I guess people thought we were crazy, but we had confidence in making it, first of all. And the other thing is I just didn't want to give Georgia the football back when they had momentum.
Right.
And I felt like if we could make that first down, we had a chance to go on and get a field goal or take it in a score, whatever.
Inside 30 seconds now, Randy was trying to get to the boundary, couldn't quite get there.
Well, he had Mike Edwards open, he just didn't find it. Here's a play right here that Randy throws out to Pat Washington, and Pat throws it down the field to Mike Edwards. Mike goes up and tips it. You can see Bo and Lionel standing back here, and the ball tipped just a little bit too far. We work on it every day in practice, and it's done to perfection, except it's tipped just a little bit too far, which you can't judge how far the ball's going to be tipped.
And Mike is 6'5", and that's why he's down there jumping for it.
Well, he can go up above anybody that's, playing in the secondary, for sure, and we just try to place our people where they got a chance to get the football. It's not something that you do except in a desperation situation.
We'll be back in just a minute. University feature is about the Cooperative Extension Service and its battle against an insect foe. Coach Ralph Jordan was inducted into the National Football Foundation College Hall of Fame at halftime ceremonies while you were in worrying about Georgia Tech.
Well, it was an exciting day for all of Coach Jordan's friends and family, and they had a big reception Friday, and Coach Dooley and Coach Haley came over, and a lot of the Georgia people, and Coach Beard was around, and a lot of Coach Jordan's former players.
I saw Mrs. Jordan in the press box, and she got to see one of Coach's favorite old players, Cedric McIntyre.
And Ms. Jordan is, she's got a new hip, and she's just doing super.
That's great.
She looks prettier than ever, and beautiful day for football yesterday.
Wasn't it?
The temperature was just right, and there's a little breeze blowing. And
I noticed when the game...
The second half was a little bit of a surprise for me. Georgia, we had the ball coming out the second half, and Georgia gave us the win and the ball. And of course,
Which tells you what?
Well, it tells you that Coach Dooley knew that it was going to go into the fourth quarter, and he wanted to have that. That was a great catch by Mike Edwards right there. He caught it with one hand. I don't see the word he held on to the football.
Another one here.
Let's see. Another fine catch by Chris Woods.
Coach Dooley wanted to have the ball for his field goal kicker in the fourth quarter.
He wanted to have
the win,
that win advantage in the fourth quarter, and it came down to that.
It did.
Here's another play in the ball game. We came right and just marched it right down the field, and that interception was made, I believe, at the 11-yard line. Sanchez, that I believe that gave him 9 on the year. Hogan got 11 or 10, and
they got 32.
I would imagine that half of their interceptions are off of tip balls. They do the greatest job of reacting to the football with it being tipped of anybody I've seen. Now we do a super job of stopping Georgia in the second half.
Third down play.
I think that somebody told me last night that the only time they made a first down in the second half was on that touchdown drive. Georgia knows something about playing defense too. They're
smart defensively.
There's a fine run on the sweep by Lionel James. And, our people are fighting them and scratching and biting, and come back and throw a little play out to Lionel. He picks up a couple.
That's 5. This is a third down play right here.
Yeah, we get the screen call, and then Randy sees he's covered and takes the loss, which is intelligent, and now we can punt it away and play defense, and he could have thrown it out there and might have chanced to fumble again and intercepted or whatever. Fine play by Ronnie Ballou.
Third and 11 play coming right here.
As Ben Thomas again and Quincy Williams, and we held the intensity in the ball game yesterday, and I thought held that poise and Another fine play by Ronnie Ballou and Jeff Jackson and Ben Thomas and Dow Altman.
This is a third down play, stopping the drive.
He throws a little delay to Herschel, and Ronnie Ballou makes a nice hit and nice tackle. You don't tackle him many times by yourself.
It's one of the few times you get a real good shot at him.
We're coming off a goal line now. There's Bo Jackson on the sweep. I think picks up 7 yards on that play, and right here, you know, we could just sense a feeling that maybe they were getting a little bit tired, and this is a long run for the touchdown, and a great play by Lionel and Randy. Randy got a quick pitch off of the end coming hard, and Lionel made the corner missing. Bo Jackson got enough of a free safety to let Lionel negotiate him about 15 or 20 yards downfield, and the rest of them to get you.
It was a tremendous run, 87 yards for Lionel. Had 111 for the day. He is
you know, Coach Dooley said that Lionel was his favorite other team player.
Right.
I believe Herschel was mine.
Good choice.
He was,
it's something he does very well. Reverse
you don't know that. You know, this is a costly penalty right here. We get a late hit out of bounds right there, but you can see he actually ran backwards for 2 or 3 steps before he got started forward again. There's Ben Thomas again and Bob Harris.
When they get in trouble, they give it to that man.
That was a big play for him out there, 3rd and 4. There's a little pullback, great hit right there by Greg Carr. I think Greg Carr, I don't know how many tackles he made in the game, but
he played. Here's the big play for them, 3rd and 6. Their quarterback makes a great play.
They had to have that to keep a drive alive, and like I said, he didn't come up with many completions, but he did it in the clutch when he had to have it. Again, it's Herschel on the sweep, and you know their offensive line again. They play about 9 of them, and
Look
they just
at the cut
keep
he makes there.
I think Chris Martin was expecting him to come over the top, and he dived over the fullback, and Herschel saw it coming and just made a little lateral step. And we start our drive at the end of the game here. There was only 2 drives in the 4th quarter.
That was sneaking for the 1st down. Campbell, they wanted him to keep the ball on the option most of the time, and
well, he kept it, and you know, he moved a change. Right. Here's Bo on a fine run on the sweep, and
they're really off
15
balance
yards,
right here.
Right, and we've got things that just exactly like we want them. We're moving the football. We're eating up the clock, and Randy comes back on a key 3rd down play right here and picks up 11 yards, throwing to Mike Edwards. It's perfect.
This is a 2nd down play.
7 yards on the sweep, 20-yard line.
Here comes a big play. Lionel on 3rd and 4. Getting the 1st.
Lionel picks up a 1st down there. And that was a big play for them. We were 1st and 15, and you know, if we could have got underneath that guy, we might have had a nice play. They come back and sack us for another 9-yard loss, and now we've really got 3rd and 26.
Boy.
Now, that would have been a touchdown or a 1st down if Ed could have caught the ball clean and run with it, but he had to turn a little bit to catch it, and he just couldn't hold his balance. And Mike went to Randy went to Mike Edwards, which is certainly the guy you'd want to go to in that situation under pressure. Threw it up. Mike said he actually couldn't find the ball. The sun was right in his eyes, and said he thought he might have had a chance at it, but it came out of the sun and didn't see it. And all the glory goes to Georgia, and Auburn lives to fight another day.
We'll be back in just a minute. This week is the off week before Alabama. We will have a program next week. We'll have some special features on there about some of the players you don't often get to see, and I'm looking forward to the coaches' wives.
Well, you know, the players that the scout teams, the walk-ons, the freshmen that haven't played, some of them, a couple of them being redshirted, they've got as much to do with how we're prepared to play each week as anybody does. And the guys, some of them, I told them the other day on the practice field, I said, we're going to have y'all on the show during the off week so your mom and daddy still know you're playing football at Auburn.
We'll see you next week then with that.
Before the first snap of 1982, I thought Alabama Pick'em, best team in the country. After 42-21 over Penn State, I was pretty well convinced. There was another man that felt he had a pretty good football team in the making as well, Coach Paul Bryant. Coach, you got to ask, what's happened since Penn State.
Well, Keith, I think, first of all, that you and I and everyone thought had our talent a little exaggerated, our ability exaggerated. But the thing that really happened is I've done a poor job. And you say, well, where did you do a poor job? I really can't put my finger on it. I thought we were going to have a fine football team. I knew we had a lot of people returning, but other people, everyone else had a lot of people returning. Like LSU, I think, had only lost 3 people. And I thought we'd have a great defensive team. One deep, I knew we were going to be thin. And I can say that injuries ruined us, and it did, because we never have the same group. And Tommy Wilcox we hadn't had in 4 weeks. But that's not, I'm supposed to handle those things, and we didn't get better. And we haven't peaked. We still haven't peaked.
Your fans, your public, Alabama alumni, they all talk about win, 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 win. You caused the pressure. You're responsible for it. You're the man that set the standard.
I want them to win. I want them to I don't want every drop you can get. And,
yeah, but that's putting so much pressure on you.
Well, not, but so maybe it is, but I like that. I've been living with it for a long time, and I like it. I don't like when other people put the pressure on me, and that may happen sometime.
Coach, let me ask you a hard question. If Auburn beats you, are you going to retire?
I'm not going to retire, period. If Auburn beats us tomorrow, I've already invited the university to look into the situation. It's not going to make me very popular with the people I work with or the players or anyone else because I'm supposed to win. And I'm not thinking Auburn beating us. But I want Alabama to go up. We have enough players there to win. We have enough players to have a great team next year. And I don't want to stay there or I want to move forward, go up. I want to be better. I don't want when I get out of coaching, come along, someone lose and say, well, and I say, well, look what old Bryant did. I don't want that. I want to get better and better and better. And I think that we got to do a good job recruiting. I think we have enough players to have one more good team. But to answer your question, you call me kind of, this is difficult, but I've invited the president to look into it, and we'll look into it. And hopefully, but I want to do what's best for the University of Alabama.
Thank you for what Auburn University stands for. Please let us be humble in victory and proud. Most of all, we thank you for being at Auburn. Amen. What I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you, the ones that want to, I'm going to go back out there and thank our people.
The Auburn Football Review with Coach Pat Dye.
Going next is pass to Red Phillips. Is good for the touchdown.
The 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Tucker Frederickson. Sullivan to throw, straight back in the pocket. Throws it for Beasley. He's got it in the open at the 20. Touchdown, Auburn. It is not. It is not. It's not. He's going to score.
Brought to you by Colonial Bank, the bank in your future. Louder Realty, Better Homes and Gardens, your local Pepsi-Cola bottler. Joe H. Brady & Associates, distributors of outdoor power equipment. Russell Athletic, and by Long's Electronics, tomorrow's electronics today.
Welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Yesterday, Auburn beat Alabama 23-22. Coach, 2 years ago, someone said, how long is it going to take you to beat Alabama? And you said 60 minutes, and you were right.
Well, nobody's ever beat them in less than that I know about. Feel it was a great win for us. It was an emotional win for us, and one that we were mighty fortunate to win. Coach Bryant had said earlier that they would be the best that they've been all year long, and he was exactly right. The films that I looked at of Alabama, I think they played better yesterday, and I've looked at the films today and studied it. Alabama played a really outstanding football game. They played hard, and the coaching staff did a great job in game preparation, and they did everything but win the game. And of course, our staff did a great job getting our kids ready. And the thing that won for us, of course, was the thing that has won for us at other times this year, not turning the football over and not making the mistakes that'll beat you. I thought our kicking game was outstanding. Lewis Colbert did a great job of punting the football and under a lot of pressure, and we didn't. Our kicking game stood up, and in the fourth quarter, I think is when after Bo made the long run, and we got the field goal, I think is the first time our players really realized that they could win the football game. Up until that point, it had been all Alabama, and it was, and we I can't decide whether we didn't play well or Alabama was so good. I know that the kids wanted to win. I know they wanted to play hard, but it didn't look like we were playing as well as we have at times this year.
Okay, we talked to the seniors, great leadership yesterday, and those are the people we wanted to talk to in the dressing room after the game.
I can't remember any better feeling. This is it. This is the class that turned it around. That's it. And it ain't going nowhere but up from here. It's great. Nothing like it. This is the senior class that did it. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We had great practices, and all I can say is I just feel great.
It was time, wasn't it?
It was time. I put my towel on the left side this time to make sure.
And to give a program that's been such a class program and a bunch of class people and dedicated fans that have followed us, and to give them back something finally after all these years, it's the best feeling you can have. If you got to graduate and go on, this is the one to do it on, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel?
My words can't describe it. It's unbelievable.
It took 5 years. Was it worth it?
It was worth every minute of it. I mean, it was great.
Where were you on the goal line play?
I was down in the bottom.
Get your block?
Yes, sir. Sure did. We got it.
Football career's complete now. I can live easy for the rest of my life. I have an idea your football career is not complete, though. Well, I hope not, but if it is, it'll be all right.
Yeah, ain't nothing. Just go. Place to go.
Hey, man, you were a wild man on those last two series when you had to stop them.
It's when the tough gets going and going gets tough. I feel great. I was kind of tired, but I know I had to reach down and look for that second help.
What are you going to tell your grandchildren?
Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to have this number 4 jersey waiting on them. I'm never going to ever forget this. I never felt that way in my whole life.
You waited a long time for this, John.
Oh, yeah. I waited 9 years for it to happen. And it finally came today. Great thrill.
I can go home now. I can go to Montgomery. I can go to Birmingham. I can go to Florence. I can go to Mobile. I can go all over the state. I can talk now.
Feels great.
Glad you followed your brother to Auburn?
Yeah, glad I came on down this way.
Walter Lewis caught up with you with that intercepted pass.
Yes, sir. He had an angle on me, but I still don't know if I could outrun him. He ain't that angle. He's fast.
How's it feel to be the first senior class to turn it around?
Feels great. We've already talked about it. You know, we talked about it before the game. You know, we want it to be us.
No, do it. We're talking only to seniors. I think you're a senior.
No, do it in fire.
No, I'm going to do it to you. How does it feel? Now, you've been around Auburn for all your life. You got to tell me how it feels to beat Alabama.
I don't have to tell you how it feels. You know. It's been a long time.
It sure has. Congratulations.
But don't talk to me. Talk to them.
We didn't talk to you, David. We're talking only to seniors, Dr. Funderburg. We'll classify you as a senior. How's it feel?
Great.
We waited for it a long time. And, I think you saw the results out there today, and Auburn people enjoyed it to the fullest. And we don't intend for it to be 10 years again. We're going to meet them head on.
And we missed a couple of, let's show those, Coach, and you comment on them. Todd Rubley first.
Well, Todd is a class guy and has been a big part of our program and outstanding student. Fixed to get married in a week or so, I think. Mike Edwards. Can't say enough about Mike. He's been one of our best leaders all year long. For the last 2 years, really completely unselfish football player and give his heart for Auburn.
Quite a 16 outstanding young men who are the seniors and who are the class that ended the drought against Alabama. We'll return in just a minute. Cloudy, rather warm day. Didn't matter. The crowd would have been there anyway. National television, and this is Auburn's second possession.
Well, Alabama came out throwing the ball right away and just, you know, and of course that was a nice pass from Randy Campbell to Chris Woods, and Bo running a sweep. We're just trying to find something we can do and have, and this is a very poor bad mistake on my part, going for a first down out there in the middle of the field and score tied nothing. Come back with a reverse to Joey Jones, and that little guy can run. He's a great athlete.
Yes, it's proof that a little guy can play. Huh?
Alabama I don't think there's any question. After playing them yesterday and looking at them, they're the most talented football team we've played this year throughout. Now, Georgia's got a great team, Nebraska's got a great team, but Alabama's got more players. Both sides of football with depth and quality running backs, 2 quarterbacks that can play. That's was a mistake on our part right there. We had 3 or 4 breakdowns on assignments yesterday that really hurt us bad, and that was one of them. There's a great play right there by Mark Dorminey.
And Tim Drinkard takes it back. Tim
Drinkard picks it off in midair and returns it to the 13-yard line, 14-yard line. Mark Dorminey, you can see him in this game. He just absolutely turned his body loose yesterday, and of course in the late stages of the game, our seniors, they played like they were possessed, and there's a fine run by Lionel James, great block by Bo Jackson and Randy Stokes. Randy Stokes made a great decision. His guy was out of the play, and he turned and comes back upfield and gets a piece of Pitts there and lets Lionel get in the end zone.
Pitts needs to be blocked on every play, doesn't he? He is some kind of player.
Well, he is a great football player, and here's Alabama doing a good job against us, and I was worried about that. We had a blitz on and thing that we hurt them with last year, and they automatic to the outside veer, and Moore makes a nice game. They get it down here, and we come up with a big play right here on 4th and 1. Doug Smith and Bob Harris, Chris Martin just come up with a play right in blue, I believe was on it too. Another outstanding play by Bob Harris. I know our fans will be tired of, be glad for me to quit coughing and on our show.
Here's the field goal. Alabama goes ahead 10-7, and really dominating the game, it seems, at this point. You know, Coach, cashing those 2 turnovers.
That's a great play right there by Gerald Williams, another freshman that played real well. You see him right here. He hits Lewis. That's a caused interception. Bob Harris comes up with it.
And then you cash this one, and without those 2 turnovers.
Well, you take last year's game. Bill, we actually played better last year than we did yesterday. But we didn't take advantage of our opportunities last year like we did yesterday.
See some light rain now. Auburn going in for the touchdown after the turnover.
There's a fine play by Randy Campbell throwing to Mike Edwards in the middle on a crossing route.
You know, worked on the turf all week, didn't you?
Well, we'd had to because of the rain. Right. There's a nice run by Lionel to get the ball down to the 4-yard line. We got four freshmen in the lineup right here.
Amazing.
In addition to David Jordan and Pat Arrington and Ron O'Neill and
that's effort there.
Bishop Reeves, Lionel and Bo, Randy Stokes started yesterday for the first time all year. Steve Wallace, big freshman from Atlanta. Randy just scratching and biting and gets it in there. big play for us because it was a third down. We got to kick a field goal right there if we want to get it in for the touchdown. Doesn't take Alabama long to come back.
Well, the passing game, their passing game was
they
brilliant.
played Coley and Lewis, and they sent Lewis in right before the half in. You can see what a great athlete he is, scrambling.
And sets up a field goal with his pass completion, and just with a couple of seconds on the clock, they kicked the field goal.
2 seconds.
And that gives them a lift. 14-13 then it is at the half. We'll be back in just a minute. But you had the lead, but things did not look good at the half. They'd outgained Auburn 3-1.
Phil, I was shocked to be ahead to start with, and when I walked in the dressing room, every coach on the staff had the people backed up against the lockers. They were chewing them out, and we just played terrible. And to be ahead and play that bad, you know, I said, well, you know, maybe something good's going to happen to us before the day's over. And it did, but you know, we still came back out and didn't play very well in the third quarter. They take it down right down and
they really dominated this
quarter. Well, I'm telling you, they just picked us and they broke containment, and we act like we'd never seen the screen before. But we, you know, they're hustling. Now you can watch this. Doug Smith trying to get there, and they have Big Moore. He's the best fullback we played against all year long. He and Jones from Florida, both of them are great players. I wouldn't say which one's the best, but they're both good. But right there, we had a missed assignment on that option, and we ran the eye some yesterday, and Bo at fullback, and Randy did a good job of reading and handing off. His line coming back on the sweep, and I think we pick up a first down there, but we don't make many.
Auburn had the ball.
Big old nose guard for Alabama just got penetration and gave us 2 or 3 bad plays, and I'm sure Paul Caruth would like to have that one over again, but we got a good roll out of it, and I said, we got them backed up, we're going to keep them, we're going to get back in the ball game, and lo and behold, they take it 95 yards to our 1-yard line before we stop them here. I don't know, we just...
That was a good example of the mixing of the pass to the run.
we got folks trying to get there, and just both of their quarterbacks, of course, stayed fresh because they alternated them, and Coley as quick as a cat, and Lewis is quick, and he did his final job of mixing up the option and the draws and screens and throwing the football as you could do. And it kept us off balance all day long, and the only thing good about our defense was yesterday is we didn't quit. There's a fine tackle and play by Ben Thomas and Quincy Williams.
It's down close now, and then they decide to go for the field goal.
But you can see late in the game, in the fourth quarter, that our defense, you know, they got stronger and stronger. Of course, we played a lot of people defensively. Here we come on the offense, and Bo breaks out of here with this. Now, this, I think, changed the momentum of the game.
I do, too.
When Bo broke out of there and we got that long run, then, you know, I think that gave us something to fight for there. And we handed off to Greg Pratt, and he picks up 4 yards. We come back, and Pitts catches Randy from behind.
4th and 3 at the 5, you decide for the field goal.
Got to score twice to win anyway. So, I mean, if we score, we have to go to 2 and make it, and that'll only give us a tie. So we went ahead and kicked the field goal there.
This is where the defense rose up.
All right, we stopped them 4 times in the fourth quarter, and this is one of them here. And as Lewis, fine play right here by Chris Martin. And just looking at the film, I think Chris played well yesterday, and there's Greg Carr right there with him, both our linebackers. Of course, Chris is a senior. Our seniors just, at this point right here, they were really fighting and scratching to get there. There's Ben Thomas, there's Dow Altman getting a hand on the ball.
Here's the big drive.
As Randy throwing to Chris Woods, and I don't know what kind of spot we got right there. It lost about 2 yards on it. I know that. And Bo running inside. And
well, they're really firing off
now. We've got, there's a 4th down play right there over the top. I know that Ed West had to play good yesterday.
3rd down 14 coming up.
This is the biggest play of the game right here, in my opinion. Randy hits Mike Edwards. He goes to Mike in the clutch. We got to have it. He threads a needle. This is a pass interference, and there's no question in my mind about it being pass interference. The only thing that upset me is that other official didn't call it, and I'm going to talk to the appropriate people and complain about it. Has a big play to Bo on the goal line, takes it down to the 1-foot line, and over the top, and he got in on that last wiggle.
Okay.
And I thought that Alabama got pretty good penetration now, and I thought that yesterday that he was in a lot. I didn't think it was this close, but it was close, and right there, that last little lunge got him in.
And then the place went berserko for a time.
Right now, you know, we're ahead, and we go for 2 and don't make it, and now it's play defense and hold on, and we're coming now. Right there is a great play by Dennis Collier. You can see Dennis Collier and Drinkard.
You got all those seniors in the secondary, right?
Look at it. There's Dennis again, and you know, I'm not sure that the contact caused him to drop it, but you know, it takes its toll during the ball game. There's Bob Harris for the second interception of the day, and if Bob Harris doesn't make first string all-conference, and there's not any justice in having an all-conference team. Lionel right here on a big run. Castile on the tackle, and he still gets 3 or 4 extra yards. The clock doesn't stop. We give it to Lionel again on the draw. With a face mask that it wasn't called. And here's a big play in the ball game that just scared us all to death. Bo over the top. He had the first down made, but the guy put his hat right on the ball. And the last thing I told Randy when we went on the field is tell Bo to squeeze the ball. If we don't make a first down, we're still in good shape. There's good pressure by Gerald Robinson. Ben Thomas right here. Comes from behind. I believe they had a missed assignment on the play. I believe that tackle turned the wrong way on pass protection, and Ben ran right by him and got the pressure. He's got a hold of him again right there. Quincy's got him. Doug Smith's got him. He dumps it off to Turner.
He gets out of bounds.
Bob Harris knocks him out of bounds. This is the last one here. Quincy's coming. Got him hemmed up. Ben's there. Down the middle. And it's all over now.
And the ball goes over, and Auburn runs out the clock. And then Legion Field turned into Toomer's Corner.
Things about the game, Phil. You know, and I didn't send our players back on the field yesterday, and I didn't go back out there myself to put on a big show or anything like that. But I wanted our players to get the true feeling and the emotions of winning a big football game. That's the first big game that we've won. National television, Alabama, and it's going to come down to having to win one like that to win a national championship one of these days. And I wanted to go back out to our people because I knew that how happy they would be and the weeping and wailing with joy, and our student body and all of our fans have been so good to us ever since I've been at Auburn. Even last year when we wasn't winning, look at them passing Lionel around here. I wanted them to feel what it's like, you know, to win one of those big ones, because, like I said, it'll come back again, and it might make us play a little harder, and it's something that you know, I'm just so happy for our fans and our student body, and you know, they could get up this morning and look forward to reading the paper, and it's been a long time.
You're right.
On Sunday morning after the Alabama game.
You're right. We'll be back in just a minute.
Phil, I'd like to thank our coaches on the offensive side of the football, Bud Casey, Jack Crow, Neil Calloway, James Daniels, Larry Blakeney, Wayne Bolt, all did a terrific job all year long. Defensively, Frank Orgel, Wayne Hall, Bobby Wallace, Joe Whitt, just did a great job. Alan Bollinger working with our punters, kickers. Also like to thank our sponsors for the show this year. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
But Colonial Company and Better Homes and Gardens, Pepsi, Sun, Long's Electronics, and Russell Corporation. It's been a good year, and I hope we've got a lot of good ones in our future.
We'll see you next year.